Chapter 1090. The young man's body was burning with flames, and the destructive power of the rules was vibrating in the void. He didn't hide his killing intent as he said you. Naturally, there were other words behind the word you. Everyone guessed that it was you're going to die, you're going to die, and you're going to die. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. Apart from the word you, there was also the word die. Because of the young man's current expression and actions, he had to be matched with the word die. Zichen's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the young man to be so powerful. His strongest attack didn't hurt the young man. He had to signal Su Mengyao and the others to retreat first. Just when Zichen had made up his mind to fight to the death, the young man finally said a complete sentence. "You're very good." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What did he mean by very good? Shouldn't he say you're going to die, you must die, you're going to die now? Soon, everyone came to their senses. Sometimes, when they were extremely angry, they would say some strange things because of anger. However, these strange words were to deepen the anger in their hearts. For example, "You're very good, so I'll kill you, torture you to death, and make your death painful." Among all kinds of guesses, no one thought that Zichen could survive under such circumstances. Naturally, no one believed that the young man would let Zichen go. Because this was common knowledge. How could one survive after enraging a powerhouse? However, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this was a strange world. Everything in this world was extremely abnormal. In this abnormal world, it wasn't impossible for the young man to let Zichen go. Very good, very good. The young man unexpectedly said 2 more words. He withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. After landing on the ground, his eyes calmed down. This scene surprised everyone. They were all guessing what the young man was going to do. Seeing the young man walking over, Zichen frowned slightly. He suppressed the urge to retreat and stood there motionlessly, staring at the young man. There was a touch of admiration in the young man's eyes. He walked to Zichen and said, "Actually, you've already passed this level." Zichen looked at the young man in confusion. That idiot is the true guardian of this stage, but he insisted on going to the first stage to take a look. I didn't expect that he would be killed by you. So I can only stand here and pretend to be the guardian to avoid being accused of neglecting my duties, the young man explained. It's that strong man. Zichen finally understood why the first trial was so difficult. It turned out that the strong man was the guardian of the 9th trial. The young man had a calm smile on his face, and he did not seem to have any ill intentions. Furthermore, it was clear that this young man had mastered more laws than the burly man had. It would be far too easy for him to kill Zichen, so there was no need for him to deliberately come here. After figuring this out, Zichen opened up a lot and asked, "You are the master of this world?" The young man said, "I'm not a controller. At most, I'm a manager." Zichen hesitated. "Since you said that I've passed, there should be a reward for this round, right?" The young man laughed. "Didn't you take away that flaming spear?" Zichen said seriously. "That's the reward for the first trial, and this is the reward for the 9th trial. You can't mix them up." The young man looked at Zichen and laughed loudly. The young man looked very young, but if anyone really treated him as an ignorant youth, they would probably suffer a great loss. This world had probably not been set foot in for more than tens of thousands of years. The young man was able to become the guardian of this world, so he naturally had lived for a long time. In the distance, the others did not know what the two were talking about, but when they saw that Zichen had somehow managed to make the young man laugh, confusion appeared on their faces. At the same time, there were some other complicated emotions. Looking at the scene in front of them, Zichen had escaped another disaster. "Since you want a reward, I'll give you one." After the young man laughed, he took out a token from his bosom. A token, another token. Zichen had seen too many tokens in the past hundreds of years. A token was needed to control a formation, enter a building, enter a ruin, and represent one's identity. The token was burning with flames. When Zichen took it, he was surprised to find that it was not a simple token, but a piece of fiery red scale that had been carefully polished to look like a token. This is. Holding the fiery red scale in his hand, Zichen's expression immediately changed. Many years ago, he also had a piece of scale like this. It was a token to enter the holy burial ground, but after he entered the depths, it suddenly disappeared. The young man patted Zichen's shoulder and said, "Yes, you guessed right. This is the same token you had many years ago." Zichen's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at the young man and said in a trembling voice, You know me." The young man glared at Zichen and said with a smile, "Don't make such a fuss, okay? I'm the supervisor here, so naturally, I'm the supervisor of the entire holy burial ground. It's not a secret that you took away the sky-splitting battle ape last time." Zichen's heart was filled with waves of shock. His expression was naturally shocked to the extreme. "Look at you! In any case, you're now the strongest human in the same realm. Why do you act like you've never seen the world? If I tell you that this is only the human path for human cultivators to pass, would you be surprised? If I tell you that if you're in the earth realm, you'll take the earth path to heaven's stairway instead of the human path, would you be surprised? If I tell you that if you're in the heaven realm, you'll take the heaven path directly to the heaven realm, would you still be surprised? Of course, perhaps you've already guessed it, so naturally, you won't be surprised. But if I tell you that those two paths are also under my control, you'll be surprised." After saying that, the young man smiled and looked at Zichen, who was already shocked, and horrified. You've met Senior." The shocked Zichen suddenly reacted and directly bowed to the young man. Clearly, he had already understood a principle from the young man's short words. This young man's background was extraordinary, and his strength was even more extraordinary. For him to appear here at this realm, he must have been affected by the rules. If he was in the outside world, he should be in existence in the heaven origin realm. Moreover, since the young man had mentioned something from many years ago, it was obvious that the matter of taking away the sky-splitting battle ape had been approved by him. Otherwise, who could take away an extraordinary sky-splitting battle ape from here? All right, don't be so polite. Right now, if I didn't rely on the power of the rules, I wouldn't be a match for you. There's no need to call me Senior." The young man waved his hand and smiled. Zichen nodded, but the shock in his heart still couldn't dissipate. He had already guessed that the young man was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be extraordinary to this extent. Standing beside the young man, Zichen was slightly respectful. The young man waved his hand again. "All right, hurry up and go. You've passed this path of men. Go climb the sky stairway and enter the heaven realm." Zichen respectfully asked, "I wonder if Senior can tell us what's in the heaven realm?" "There's danger, and there's fortuitous encounter." The young man's answer, in Zichen's eyes, was obviously nonsense, and it was complete nonsense. However, he naturally didn't dare to refute, and could only ask again. "Senior, can you be more specific?" "Oh, specific." The young man smiled mockingly. "There's life-threatening danger, and you might even die. But if you're lucky enough to find a fortuitous encounter, I think it should be a rare fortuitous encounter in your life. To be more specific, it's very dangerous, but the fortuitous encounter is also very big." This clearly wasn't the standard answer Zichen wanted, but the phrase, "rare fortuitous encounter in your life," successfully piqued Zichen's curiosity. Unfortunately, no matter how much Zichen asked, all he got was some useless but extremely enticing nonsense. The young man didn't even say what the scale token was used for. One last question. "Senior, have you ever seen 4 demons arrive in this world before?" Zichen was naturally asking about the traces of the demon sovereign and the prince. In his opinion, the young man should be very clear, but who would have thought that after Zichen asked, the young man would shake his head, indicating that he didn't know, and that he had never seen 4 demons arrive in this world before. Could it be that they didn't descend in this world? Zichen's face was filled with confusion, but at the same time he let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't appear here, it was obvious that they wouldn't encounter them, which was also good. The young man's figure flashed, disappearing from this world. His voice resounded in the sky. Zichen, I'll wait for the day when you step onto the earth path. Once he passed the earth path, if that day really came, Zichen would truly be at the Earth Yuan stage. What did you guys talk about? You seemed to have a good chat. Look at how respectful you were, as if you wanted to acknowledge someone as your master. The young man left, and Su Mengyao and the others arrived. LV Ping joked. Zichen looked ahead and said, That master has an extraordinary background. Extraordinary? What's so extraordinary about him? Could it be that he's a heavenly Yuan stage practitioner? Zichen took a deep look at LV Peng, and said seriously, That master is of course at the heavenly Yuan stage, but I'm guessing that he's not an ordinary heavenly Yuan stage practitioner. Besides Zichen, the others were all shocked. Obviously, they were all shocked. On the way, Zichen took out the scale token and studied it, but he didn't find anything special about it. Moreover, after the token recognized its master, it didn't have any effect. It was just like an identity token, completely useless. But since it was given by the young man, it might be useful, so Zichen kept it. After walking for dozens of miles, the group saw a sea of blood. At this moment, the sea of blood was rolling, and the waves were like angry dragons, constantly raging in the sea. The sea wind whistled, rolling up huge waves. The rolling sound was magnificent. At the center of the sea of blood, there was a blood-colored staircase that went straight into the sky. Obviously, this was the so-called stairway to heaven. The group had to climb the stairway to heaven from the center of the sea of blood to enter the heavenly Yuan stage. The sea of blood is rolling. There should be some kind of great danger. We have to be careful. Zichen released his spiritual sense to explore the sea of blood. He didn't find anything special, but he had a bad feeling. The other forces also arrived. When they saw the sea of blood, their expressions changed. Chapter 1091. The group of cultivators began to cross the sea, preparing to climb the stairway to heaven. There were no boats on the Blood Sea, but it was not difficult for them to walk on the water. Sure enough, the group did not sink when they stepped on the surface of the Blood Sea. Instead, they continued to walk on the Blood Sea. The first person to enter the Blood Sea was soon a dozen steps away. The Blood Sea was rolling, and huge waves were surging, but it did not harm this person. When everyone saw that the first person was not in danger, they all became excited. Then, they quickly entered the Blood Sea and flew towards the center of the sea. Maybe it was because there were too many people, or because they were moving too fast, but some of the cultivators gradually lost control of their strength and fell into the Blood Sea. Zichen looked at the group of people crossing the Blood Sea like a tide, and was slightly lost in thought. Many years ago, a human element cultivator was a heavenly existence in his eyes. Zichen could not see a human element cultivator as he wished. At that time, Zichen thought that human element cultivators were too rare, almost like treasures. But many years later, when Zichen reached this level, he realized that human element cultivators were like cabbages in the world. There were too many of them to count. Sure enough, one could only see certain things when one reached a certain height. I wonder if one day I reach the earth element realm, will there be so many earth element cultivators like cabbages? Zichen thought to himself, but it was not a realistic question, because there were not many earth element cultivators in the world. But without reaching that level, how could Zichen know how many earth element cultivators there were in the world? Zichen, who was lost in thought, quickly came back to his senses, because he made a very important discovery. The cultivators who fell into the Blood Sea did not appear again. Not a single one. They fell into the Blood Sea as if they had sunk to the bottom of the sea, and did not show their heads once. The Blood Sea was roaring, but Zichen could not hear the sound of waves crashing. The cultivators were falling, but Zichen could not hear the splash. It was as if the whole world had become strangely quiet, strangely silent, and strangely strange at the same time. The cultivators who crossed the sea of blood all had the same expression. They were neither happy nor sad, and it was difficult to see any flaws in their expressions. However, When they saw that many of their companions did not get up after falling, their expressions should have changed. However, they didn't. Their expressions were calm and even focused. Zichen could see them clearly. He saw their calm and focused expressions. They were not far apart, but he felt that they were very far apart. It was as if they were in two different worlds. What he saw was clear yet blurry, full of contradictions. Finally, one of the cultivators took a step back. However, this small step was very obvious in the group of cultivators who were all moving forward. The attention of Zichen and the others immediately fell on this cultivator. They saw him take another step back, and then a third step. After taking 3 steps back, a beam of light suddenly shot out from his body. Then, his figure disappeared into thin air above the sea of blood. A person had disappeared into thin air. While Zichen and the others were still trying to figure out what was going on, it was as if a chain reaction had occurred. From every direction of the blood sea, various lights lit up, and each light represented the disappearance of a cultivator. The cultivators who disappeared all had one thing in common. They all took 3 steps back at the same time. But where did they go after disappearing? Besides Zichen, there were many other cultivators who did not enter the sea. At this moment, they were all puzzled. However, it was clear that they had not entered the heaven realm. If they fell into the sea of blood, they would never float up again. If they retreated, they would disappear. It was clear that the only correct path was forward. LV Ping looked ahead and said seriously, "There is no sound coming from the blood sea. The angry sea is still rolling, so there should be no sound. The biggest possibility is that sound is blocked. There should be a system of its own, or a small world. Perhaps they encountered some kind of array and are now in it. If they want to break the array, they can only go forward. If they fall or retreat, they will disappear. They slipped into the sea? Could it be that they encountered something that frightened them? They retreated. Could it be that they encountered something impossible? Without entering the sea of blood, all the guesses in the outside world were useless. Only by experiencing it personally would they know what they had foreseen, why they slipped, and why they retreated. After looking for a long time and not understanding anything, Zichen and the others decided to cross the sea. During this time, the various forces kept sending messages to their companions in the sea, but there was no response. Zichen naturally gave up on the idea of going in alone and waiting for the others. The group moved forward and stepped into the sea of blood. As soon as they stepped foot on it, a force would naturally appear to hold their bodies. Although it was said that they were stepping on the sea of blood, it was no different from flat ground. Zichen stepped into the sea of blood and then saw the sea of fire. He was in the middle of the sea of fire. Flames burned around him, and a pungent burnt smell entered his nose. Zichen almost suffocated. Looking at the flames around him and the charred corpses on the ground, Zichen frowned. The extremely cruel scene in front of him was actually somewhat familiar. Zichen had killed countless people in his life, but there were very few cases where he had set fire after killing people. It was so rare that he could not remember it at all. It's an illusion. Zichen tried hard to remember if he had killed or set fire before, but he could not remember. He thought it was an illusion. The temperature of the flames around him clearly reached his senses. He tried to take a step forward and accidentally stepped on a dry branch that had not yet been set on fire, making a clear cracking sound. Everything was very real, but Zichen could not remember when he had killed these people. He walked forward step by step and looked around. Then, he saw some buildings burning in flames. It looked like a sect, but it had already been wiped out. A few heart-wrenching cries for help could be heard from the flames. Zichen tried hard to remember which sect had a grudge against him and which had received retribution. In the end, he thought of the martial ancestor. Could it be the martial ancestor? Zichen walked through the sea of fire, trying to find some clues. Suddenly, his expression froze. His eyes stared straight ahead. There was a huge sign on fire, but he could barely see the words on the sign. Nimbus Martial Ancestor. A name that was hidden in the bottom of Zichen's heart, a name that he had almost forgotten. The memories that were about to disappear suddenly surged into Zichen's mind like a tide. Scenes from many years ago appeared one after another. It was not him who had killed people, but people who had destroyed his sect. Yes, this is the Nimbus martial ancestor. My sect was destroyed by the martial ancestor. The Grand Elder was killed, and so was the Punishment Hall Master. The memories in Zichen's mind overlapped with the sea of fire in front of him. Sure enough, in less than a moment, a familiar shout rang out. A figure passed through the sea of fire. It was a young man who looked very young. His face was filled with grief as he rushed into the sea of fire. He began to call out the names of his friends, and then began to search among the corpses. Grand Elder, Hall Master, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao. Zichen quietly looked at the young and immature Zichen. He looked at himself in the past, at the despair that appeared on his face when he saw a female corpse. Although this scene looked very strange, Zichen looked at it calmly. The scene of the destruction of his sect appeared again. The young man was very sad, but Zichen was very calm. He was now sure that this was an illusion. In the sea of blood, Zichen's expression was calm. His steps were also very calm. Every step was the same as he walked towards the center of the sea of blood. During this time, there were still people falling into the sea and people disappearing. However, Zichen seemed to be unaware. He slowly but firmly walked forward. Just like what had happened in the past, the young man did not find the person he wanted alive. Then, he met the martial ancestors' people and began his life of escape. In this life of escape, he was injured, killed people, ate wild fruits, ate raw meat, and chewed grass. He was sullen, and he was strong. As if the scene had reappeared, Zichen saw the small village again. He saw the young Wang Xianer, Wang Qiong, Wang Shan, and Wang Shi who had died many years ago. Then, he saw the monk, Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, and many more people in Songli City. Zichen did not know what this illusion was trying to express. There were very few heartwarming scenes. Most of them were killings, blood, and faces of despair and indifference. Despair belonged to those who were killed by Zichen. The indifferent faces belonged to Zichen. In the end, bloody scenes appeared in front of Zichen. There were headless corpses flying backward, heads rolling down, expressions of those who died with grievances, bloodstains that dyed the ground red, souls that turned into ghosts due to deep resentment, an abdomen who self-destructed due to unwillingness and despair. There were all kinds of bloody scenes. These people were all killed by Zichen. However, Zichen could only remember a small portion of them. He could not remember the faces and names of most of them, but he killed them all. The scenes of killing were still being shown. It was like a fast-forwarded camera. However, even if it was deliberately sped up, it only reached the scene of Zichen's elixir essence. This was because Zichen had killed too many people in his life. He had killed countless people. In addition to the images, Zichen heard voices echoing in his ears. These voices were resentful, weeping, and demanding his life. They were like evil spirits and ghosts that constantly floated around him and spoke in his ears. Looking at the bloody scenes in front of him, listening to the voices demanding his life, as well as the voices that were mercilessly condemning Zichen's sins like the heavenly Tao, Zichen was expressionless. He quietly watched the young Zichen in front of him moving towards maturity. He quietly watched the enemies being killed one by one. He quietly listened to the voices demanding his life and the condemnation of the heavenly Tao. He quietly watched everything with a calm expression. In this way, he did not know how many scenes of killing. Zichen frowned and gradually felt impatient. He looked at the void and said calmly, "I don't know what you are going to tell me. Maybe you want me to realize my mistakes, or maybe you want me to be dusty. No matter what your purpose is, I want to say that I have no regrets for what I have done in this life." Zichen shouted, "I have a clear conscience, so I have no regrets." Chapter 1092. After breaking the illusion, Zichen stood on the surface of the blood sea with the blood-colored stairs in front of him. Zichen's mind was extremely firm and he had killed countless people along the way. A mere illusion that tested one's mind was nothing to him. "You're awake!" A voice came from beside Zichen. He thought that he was the first person to cross the Blood Sea, but he didn't expect someone to be faster than him. It was Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao cultivated the Tao of ethereal Tao, which was ethereal and followed her heart. The test of one's mind was child's play for her. She had already crossed the Blood Sea without even seeing the illusion. The waves in the Blood Sea surged like blood dragons and thunderous sounds echoed in the surroundings. After crossing the Blood Sea, Zichen heard the sound of the Blood Sea. The demonic ape, Elvipeng, and the others were also moving forward at a steady pace. Their steps were firm, and their expressions were calm. Zichen believed that these people would have no problem crossing the Blood Sea, because if they couldn't, then how many people could cross the Blood Sea? Since not everyone was here, they couldn't climb the stairway to heaven. While waiting, Su Mengyao suddenly asked, "What did you see in the Blood Sea?" Zichen answered honestly, "I saw the Nimbus martial ancestor, blood and endless killing." Su Mengyao nodded silently without saying anything. A few minutes later, the devil ape arrived and successfully crossed the sea with a calm expression. During this period, there were still people who fell into the sea. Some seemed to have retreated after seeing the terrifying scene and disappeared. After a while, Elvipeng came forward. Immediately after, some spirit bodies arrived and looked at Zichen with fear. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the stairway to heaven. The Longhu and spirit-devouring rats also successfully crossed the sea. As Zichen's team arrived, more people succeeded in crossing the sea. Unlike Zichen, who chose to wait for their companions, they went to find their own opportunities and hurriedly climbed the stairway to heaven. The original army had completely disbanded after passing the 9 stages of the human path. Everything depended on luck. The stairway to heaven was 10 feet wide, and the stairs went straight into the sky. It was impossible to see how long it was. However, as many cultivators climbed up the stairway to heaven, it did not feel crowded at all. Zichen raised his head and looked at the group of cultivators who were climbing the stairway to heaven. He realized that they were climbing the stairway at a very fast speed. They did not stop at all and had already reached the 10th step. One beam of light after another suddenly lit up. It was just like how some of the cultivators had retreated earlier. The moment the beams of light lit up, one cultivator after another disappeared. It was unknown where they had gone. After more than 10 steps, the figures that hadn't disappeared slowed down significantly. Some of them even stood still. Climbing the sky stairway is indeed not that simple. This is yet another test, Su Mengyao said from the side. Zichen's group had successfully crossed the sea, and the next step was to climb the stairway to heaven. Obviously, they had to rely on themselves for this step, and they could only rely on themselves. "See you at the end of the stairway." Without any words of encouragement, Zichen nodded at the crowd and directly stepped onto the blood-colored stairs. Everyone stepped on the stairs, and it was almost effortless for them to climb the 10th step. They predicted that the first 10 steps would be the easiest. However, he did not expect Zichen to stop after stepping on the first step. He stopped at the first step. Could it be that he encountered something? Everyone was very puzzled, but as mentioned before, they could only rely on themselves. Therefore, everyone stepped onto the stairs one after another, and then climbed the stairs as fast as they could, instantly overtaking Zichen. Su Mengyao was the last to climb the stairs. Looking at Zichen's motionless figure, she could vaguely guess that Zichen seemed to have seen something. To be precise, Zichen did not see anything, but met a person who changed his destiny. Of course, this person was not a benefactor, but an enemy that Zichen had killed with his own hands. Zhao Can. After so many years, Zichen once again saw this young man who forsook righteousness for profit. The image of this young man in his mind had long been blurred. If he had not seen this face again, he would not have remembered this person. Although he had changed Zichen's destiny, in the torrent of time, he was just a passing traveler who made a small splash. Looking at Zhao Can now, he was still very young and tender. His expression was anxious, and there was also a trace of anger hidden within. Zichen looked at Zhao Can and said seriously, Perhaps you are right. The only thing that sustains this world is profit. Or rather, it is profit that connects all the people and things in this world. Looking at Zhao Qian reminded him of what Zhao Qian had once said. It had to be said that Zichen had used hundreds of years to prove that Zhao Qian's point of view was correct. Profit. Everything was for profit. He clearly had an irreconcilable enmity with the five elemental powers, but he still chose to cooperate with them. Back in the fringe, he did not have a good relationship with the five elemental powers, but he had no choice but to cooperate because of profit. Thus, he used profit to bind them to him. Everything was for profit. Zichen had used hundreds of years to verify this matter, but Zhao Qian had already understood this when he was in his teens. Zichen, what nonsense are you talking about? Let me ask you, is what you said about the snow ginseng true? Asked Zhao Qian. His expression was constantly fluctuating. Zichen looked at Zhao Qian seriously. He saw the anxious expression on Zhao Qian's face, the trace of panic in the depths of his eyes, and that trace of murderous intent. This was something that had happened many years ago, and now it was happening again. However, Zichen did not expect that the excited and agitated expression he had back then would reveal so many complicated emotions. How could a youngster hide anything from Zichen, who had lived for hundreds of years? But this youngster had managed to deceive Zichen back then. Zichen suddenly chuckled and said, "Almost all of my current achievements are thanks to you. If not for what happened back then, perhaps there would only be a mediocre Zichen who could not even break through to the Xiantian realm, instead of the current Zichen." Seeing that Zhao Qian's expression was gradually becoming stunned, Zichen continued, "Back then, you were my greatest enemy. I couldn't wait to kill you. But now that I think about it, I should be thanking you. It was your selfishness back then that made me who I am today." Zhao Qian's expression changed again. He looked at Zichen as if he was looking at an idiot. "Zichen, are you sick? Why are you spouting such nonsense? I'm asking you if the snow ginseng you mentioned really exists." Zhao Qian's expression was extremely serious. It seemed that he was also extremely nervous about the matter of the snow ginseng. Zichen had almost forgotten what a 500-year-old snow ginseng looked like. Zichen smiled meaningfully and said, "Of course it's real. 500 years old is very sufficient. That's good. We can exchange it for a fusion Qi Dawn. There is hope for us to enter the intersect." "Right, when are we going to look for it?" Zhao Qian anxiously asked. "You can look for it whenever you want." Zichen smiled and said, "But you can inform Wang Xiong." Zhao Qian's expression changed. He forced himself to calm down and asked, "Zichen, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing, I'm just asking if you can inform senior brother Wang Xiong and find shelter. If you can inform him and find him, then we can go. When we reach the place, you can kill me." Looking at Zichen's extremely calm eyes, Zhao Qian's expression became extremely flustered. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and said in a panic, "Zichen, what nonsense are you talking about? This is not nonsense, it's the truth. Because this matter has already happened, and I was almost killed by you. But in the end, I survived and you died." Looking at Zhao Qian's panic, confusion, Zichen explained, "There is no snow ginseng, there is no Wang Xiong, and there is no Nimbus martial ancestor. It's fake. Everything is fake. You are also fake. There is only me." Zichen looked at himself. He was wearing a blue robe and his body was slightly thin. He could only sense the fourth layer of Jinqi in his body. He paused and said, "Only I am real." "Crazy, you're really crazy. Zichen, you're crazy." Zhao Qian had already retreated to the door in fright. He could run away at any time. Zichen stared at the flustered Zhao Qian and smiled calmly. He said, "You don't have to be nervous. Everything is fake. No matter how real it is still fake. The reason why I've been talking nonsense with you for so long is because I hated you many years ago. I wanted you to die. Even after killing you, I still hate you. But now I want to tell you that as time passes and I become stronger, I no longer hate you. In fact, I am somewhat grateful to you. Because if it weren't for your stab, Zichen would probably no longer be Zichen. So, in order to thank you, I have decided to kill you with my own hands and pierce your heart with my own hands. Zhao Ken's face became even paler. But facing the threat of death, his frightened face suddenly showed a hint of ruthlessness. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Zichen. Zichen, you want to kill me? You have forgotten the rules of the Nimbus martial ancestor. Even if you have forgotten the rules, you can't forget my strength. In a battle of life and death, the winner is 60-40. I get 60-40, you get 40-40. I only need one strike to kill you, Zichen said seriously. Then, he stretched out his hand and a short dagger appeared in his hand. Seeing this short dagger, Zhao Ken lost his composure. This is mine. Why is it with you? When did you steal it? Zichen didn't say anything and walked straight towards Zhao Ken. Zhao Ken retreated in fear. He wanted to escape, but he suddenly found that there was no path. The place where the door should have been was gone. The door was gone, the window was gone. Seeing Zichen walking towards him, Zhao Ken felt as if he was looking at a vicious beast. He lost all will to fight and his face was filled with fear. Zichen, you can't kill me. We are brothers, Zhao Ken said in fear. Zichen suddenly laughed. His smile was somewhat sinister. Brothers are used to betray others when there are benefits. Although I still don't agree with your point of view, I have to say that in this situation, this sentence is still somewhat useful to me. Because killing you will allow me to take a step forward. It can be considered to be beneficial to me. So go die. Zichen stabbed the short dagger in his hand towards Zhao Ken's chest. Zhao Ken was stabbed to death. On the blood-colored stairs, right after Zhao Ken's death, Zichen took a step forward. Then, another step, another step. After walking up more than 20 steps, Zichen said, This illusion is really boring. Chapter 1093. Crossing the Sea of Blood was a test of the heart of cultivation. The heart of a powerhouse was regarded as an inner demon. Climbing the stairway to heaven was also a test, but the scope of the test was wider, more comprehensive, and more thorough. To some people, this test was meaningless. However, to others, it was an opportunity. Zichen, for example, saw Zhao Ken as soon as he stepped onto the first step. His heart was clear, and he knew that everything was fake. However, he still talked nonsense with Zhao Ken for a long time before he finally broke through to the next step. Apart from the slight regret in his heart that he had carelessly killed Zhao Ken back then, he was mostly bored. The original Sea of Blood and Zhao Ken reminded him of his debut, so he did a short review. Zhao Ken had an extraordinary meaning to Zichen. Even though he was in the past, he still had some meaning. However, the various illusions that followed were meaningless to Zichen. Therefore, after climbing more than 20 steps, he said that it was meaningless. At the same time, he wanted to reach the top with a clear mind. However, at that moment, Zichen saw a person in the illusion. He stood there in a daze as if he had been struck by lightning. Elder Hiroshi. He saw Elder Hiroshi, the kind old man who taught him the yin-yang technique and helped him selflessly for many years without asking for anything in return. The old man had died for Zichen. Although many years had passed, Zichen would blame himself every time he thought about it. The old man had sacrificed himself for him. Elder Hiroshi. Looking at the old man in front of him, Zichen greeted him respectfully and bowed deeply to the old man. You are very polite, little guy. However, I won't give you the inheritance since you are so polite. If you can't pass the test, you won't have the inheritance. Elder Hiroshi was surprised, but his cold expression eased a little. The familiar face and voice made Zichen lose control of his emotions. Tears appeared in his eyes, which was rare. He shook his head and said, It's not for the test. Zichen owes Elder Hiroshi a big gift. Then, ignoring Elder Hiroshi's puzzled and confused expression, Zichen knelt down and bowed to Elder Hiroshi. Elder Mo's expression instantly returned to normal. He smiled and said, You little brat, you're really interesting. Wait, how did you know that my name has MO in it? Did your elders tell you? Even if Zichen explained, Elder Hiroshi definitely wouldn't understand. However, Zichen patiently told Elder Hiroshi about what had happened in the past few years. Of course, to the current Elder Hiroshi, Zichen was talking about the future. At some point in time, the crowd of trial participants had all disappeared. Only Elder Hiroshi was left. Listening to Zichen's story, Elder Hiroshi shook his head and laughed. He felt that it was ridiculous, but it didn't take long before his expression turned solemn. Finally, Elder Mo lost his composure and asked, "What did you say? You said you obtained both the Yin and Yang legacies here." Zichen nodded and said seriously, "That's right. I obtained the Yin-Yang inheritance and achieved the compatibility of Yin and Yang. A load of nonsense, a load of nonsense. The inheritance is right here, and without my permission, no one can take it away. Furthermore, Yin and Yang are compatible. How many people in this world can do that?" Elder Hiroshi used a glare to hide his shock. Zichen smiled and didn't explain. He walked directly to the inheritance. Zichen easily passed through the few stages and received the inheritance. Under Elder Hiroshi's dumbfounded gaze, a yin-yang diagram appeared above Zichen's head. Zichen began to receive the yin-yang inheritance. When he received the yin-yang inheritance, Zichen could clearly sense the two forces in his mind. One was extremely yin, and the other was extremely yang. These were the forces of yin and yang. In the midst of yin and yang, Zichen saw the imposing figure. The two were demonstrating yin and yang in Zichen's mind. Back then, when yin and yang appeared, the void collapsed and the world shattered. Zichen, who was in the higher heaven realm, could tell that yin and yang were extraordinary and extremely powerful. After so many years, when Zichen looked at the two seals again with the eyesight of the human origin stage, he found that there was a mysterious power surging on them. This power was a bit like the power of rules, but it wasn't. So yin and yang have such a mysterious aspect. He was trying to verify Elder Hiroshi's theory, but he didn't expect to find out that yin and yang had another world. His eyes lit up and he immediately immersed himself in the process of understanding yin and yang. In Elder Hiroshi's eyes, Zichen was only in the higher heaven realm. Now that he was receiving the yin and yang forces, his expression didn't change at all. At the same time, he didn't scream because of the pain caused by the energy. Elder Hiroshi was very satisfied with his mentality. In this illusion, the scene from back then reappeared. Zichen's understanding of extreme yin and extreme yang deepened. Time had no meaning here, so Zichen didn't know how long he had been comprehending. Maybe it was a blink of an eye, a day, a year, 10 years, or hundreds or thousands of years. In short, when he opened his eyes and received the yin and yang inheritance, Elder Hiroshi was still looking at him in shock. "You've received the inheritance?" Elder Hiroshi asked. Zichen nodded. "So fast, so simple." Elder Hiroshi still couldn't believe it. Zichen demonstrated it for him, and the shock on Elder Hiroshi's face deepened. After that, the two began their journey. During this period, Zichen abandoned the rest of his companions, and only took Elder Hiroshi with him. Along the way, the events from back then happened bit by bit. Just as Zichen had said, they began to experience all kinds of dangers. Even when the danger would come and how to deal with it, it was just as Zichen had said. There were very few discrepancies. Elder Hiroshi asked in shock, "You have the power of prophecy?" Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't have the power of prophecy. It's just that I've experienced it before." Then, he looked at Elder Hiroshi and said, "Formation is imminent, and we're about to part. I really can't bear to part." This was only an illusion. In the real world, Elder Hiroshi was already dead. Now, if Zichen wanted to, Elder Hiroshi could die in front of him at any time. However, he didn't want to, so he stood on the stairs and didn't take another step. At the end of the stairs, a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Zichen below and muttered, "It seems that he has a lot of things that he can't let go of." Time passed in the blink of an eye. Zichen established a sect in the land of chaos, and it was time to form his core. When he returned to the Wuji sect and saw the stone house, Elder Hiroshi's expression became incomparably shocked. Zichen looked at the shocked Elder Hiroshi and asked, Elder Hiroshi, this is the end. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? After accompanying Zichen for a long time, Elder Hiroshi gradually believed in him. He looked at Zichen and pondered for a long time. Then, he sighed and said, I don't have any regrets. If, and I'm saying if, you have the ability, then rebuild the Wuji sect. This time, Zichen heard Elder Hiroshi's wish with his own ears. He nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, I will definitely rebuild the Wuji sect and bring it to greater heights. Elder Hiroshi nodded and said, All right, let's begin. Zichen began to form his core. The scene from back then reappeared. At this moment, it was like there were two Zichen. One was forming his core, while the other was quietly watching. The appearance of the rules, the arrival of danger, Elder Hiroshi sacrificed himself, and Zichen quietly watched without destroying the illusion. This was a scene that he had never seen before. He wanted to remember it, to engrave it in his heart forever. In the end, Zichen took this step again. Just like that, Zichen stepped forward and sped up. There were no more regrets during this period. When Elder Hiroshi disappeared from Zichen's world, he appeared in another one. That was LV Peng's world. Other than selflessly helping Zichen, Elder Hiroshi spent the rest of his time teaching LV Peng Array Dao. In this illusory world, only LV Peng and Elder Hiroshi were present. At this moment, there were many array formation materials in front of LV Peng. Elder Hiroshi was teaching him Array Dao. He started with what LV Peng had learned before. Then, he started to explain some Array Dao that LV Peng had never learned before. LV Peng was immersed in comprehending and understanding. There were fortuitous encounters and opportunities on the stairway to heaven. Elder Hiroshi was LV Peng's opportunity. At this moment, with the help of this mysterious stairway, Elder Hiroshi seemed to have come back to life and personally taught LV Peng Array Dao. Longhu's world was relatively simple. Before he met Zichen, he was in an energy shield that looked like a huge egg. His mind was blank. However, he saw another Longhu sovereign on the steps. The Longhu sovereign was one of a kind, but there were two of them in the world before him. One of them was the smaller Longhu sovereign, and was called Longhu. The other one was tall and imposing, and was also the Longhu sovereign, and was called Inherited Memory. In addition to Longhu and the spirit-devouring rats, the devil ape also gained a lot. This stairway to heaven was extraordinary. It went straight to one's heart. One could even see the depths of one's heart, as well as some sealed or hidden things in the depths of one's mind. Compared to everyone's gains, Sumeng Yao, who was the first to climb the stairway and step into the heaven realm, was the only one who gained nothing. Even Zichen had a new understanding of extreme yin and extreme yang, but she gained nothing. Zhang Haotian's understanding of the original inheritance deepened, but he did not obtain any new inheritance. When he reached the top of the stairway, he looked back. LV Peng was motionless, and Zichen was slowly climbing the stairway. Longhu and the others were also slowly climbing the stairway. Zichen came to the ancient road. This was also one of the places where Zichen grew up. He grew up here, fought here, killed spirits, destroyed conspiracies, and offended the five elements' forces. Before this, Zichen had already cut off all the boring things. However, there were some things he did not want to cut off on this ancient road. He did not know what they were, so he could only watch quietly as time passed. Zichen was training. Until one day, he killed a spirit. In a daze, he seemed to have thought of something. Yes, it was her. As soon as she appeared in his mind, he arrived in a world. This was a world formed by pitch-black devil chi. A massacre was going on in this world. In this world, Zichen seemed to have become a pure spectator. He saw many devils slaughtering. He also saw Shou Ho, Gu Hu, and naturally Gu Yu. This was a woman that Zichen had made a promise to. However, he could never fulfill his promise. Zichen did not see the scene that day. He only knew that this small world was occupied by the devils. But today, Zichen saw this battle as a spectator. Massacre. This was a complete massacre. There was no one left alive. In this endless deviltry, Zichen heard the most sounds of self-detonation. There was Gu Hu's parents' self-detonation, and then Gu Hu and Gu Yu's self-detonation. Zichen stood in the air without any change in his expression. The moment before Gu Yu's figure disappeared, Zichen said, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. I will fight the devils to the death." In a daze, Gu Yu seemed to have sensed something. The moment before she self-detonated, she suddenly looked at a certain spot in the sky. At that moment, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 1094. Zichen had stepped into the heavenly realm. Whether what he had encountered before was his mischievous thoughts or fate, in Zichen's view, there was no point in continuing to delve into it. What he had seen before could be the regret in Zichen's heart. In order to make up for his regret, Zichen was comforting himself, deceiving himself, atoning for his sins, or perhaps it was fate. He had to let Zichen see this to resolve the regret in his heart. Whether it was the former or the latter, in short, his goal had been achieved. After the test, Zichen's heart was calm and settled. And at the moment of calmness, he had also finished the seemingly long stairway to heaven, which actually only had 99 steps. He climbed the last stairway to heaven and entered the heavenly realm. Looking at the scene in front of him, it was as if he had entered another world. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and the crisp sound of birds echoed in his ears. Some unknown flowers on the ground were blooming like hundreds of flowers, competing in beauty. Some unknown small beasts were jumping and playing among the flowers. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, and the birds and beasts were not startled. It was like a paradise on earth. If one insisted on calling it the heavenly realm, it would not be an exaggeration. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rich and pure. It was a rare holy land for cultivation. Releasing his perception and looking around, Zichen felt extremely comfortable. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him. It was a demon who had climbed the stairway to heaven. He saw Zichen from afar and naturally recognized this powerful human existence. His face changed slightly, and he immediately took a detour and flew forward. Humans and demons could not coexist. This demon was not sure if the powerful human would lower himself to kill him in this situation. The sound of breaking air rang out, startling the small beasts in the wild. The strong wind broke the flowers and grass, and the demon turned into a black light and flew away. Suddenly, a roar came from the horizon, and a huge monster appeared in his line of sight. It was an unknown beast, exuding a vast aura. It suddenly appeared in the air and attacked the demon. The claws were sharp and cold, like divine weapons. The powerful force shook the space, tore through the void, and landed on the demon. Then, there was a loud bang, and the demon's body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the flowers red. Seeing that the demon had already reacted but was still blown up by a single blow, Zichen was obviously surprised. There was still some distance between the two sides, but under the perception of his perfect spiritual sense, Zichen found that there was a strange aura on the giant beast. With a tap of his foot, Zichen stepped onto the open space in the middle of the flowers. His figure flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. His target was clear. He was heading straight for the giant creature. Zichen had never seen anything like this before. Its body was like an oversized silkworm cocoon, and its back was covered with silvery white barbs. 4 claws grew out of its lower body, which were very uncoordinated. It also had a short tail, and a head that was not very big compared to its body. All of these things combined to form a strange-looking giant beast. In addition to its strange appearance, the giant beast's aura was also very strange. It was not pure elemental energy, nor was it spiritual sense. It was a familiar yet strange aura. Zichen stood 100 meters away from the giant beast, watching its cold and bloodthirsty eyes fall on him. Perhaps because it felt too much pressure, the giant beast did not immediately attack. One man and one beast looked at each other from 100 meters away, but neither made a move. On the side, the demon's exploded body destroyed a patch of flowers, clearly showing the strength of this beast. As they looked at each other, the atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Zichen's expression did not change much, but the aura on his body made the giant beast feel very uncomfortable and extremely dangerous. At this moment, it could feel that its escape route was completely blocked, and there was a great danger approaching. However, the giant beast did not run away, because in its memory, there was no such thing as running away. The two stared at each other for a full 10 breaths. During these 10 breaths, the giant beast felt more and more pressure. If it did not attack now, it was afraid that it would not be able to attack again. As a result, the giant beast's killing intent rose, and it attacked Zichen. It was the same attack as before. The sharp claw was exactly the same as when it had killed the demon, but the power of this attack was 30% weaker than before. It was the same attack, but 30% weaker. Zichen was puzzled. He wondered if the pressure he gave the giant beast was not strong enough. Was the giant beast looking down on him? But then, he saw great fear in the giant beast's eyes. This fear was not directed at Zichen, but at himself. Suddenly, the giant beast's attack was 30% weaker. Pen. Zichen punched out and easily blocked the attack. At the same time, he pushed back the giant beast. The giant beast that was knocked back roared and charged towards Zichen once again. It could be seen that the fear in its eyes had turned into madness. Obviously, the next attack should be even more terrifying. However, the power of this attack was still not as strong as when it had killed the demon. Zichen punched out again and repelled the giant beast for the second time. Although he didn't know why the giant beast's combat power had suddenly decreased, he had completely lost interest in it because its combat power was too weak for Zichen to pay attention to. In the sky above the heavenly realm, the demon lord and the others stood there, looking down at the world. Venerable, why are the attacks of these giant beasts different in strength? Looking at the different attacks of the same giant beast, the prince asked in confusion. A cold smile appeared on the demon lord's face. He said, "These are some little tricks that the ancient race played in the past. They created these heavenly beasts for training. When they see an ancient race member, their combat power will be reduced by 30%. On the contrary, if they see a non-ancient race member, their combat power will be restored to normal." There was a look of surprise on the prince's face. However, he did not understand. He asked, "But since it's a training, what's the point of having their powers reduced by 30%? Shouldn't it be better for the target of the training to be stronger?" This question had the demon lord deep in thought. After a moment, he said, "You don't understand. I don't understand either. The existence of these heavenly beasts is extraordinary. They all have an inner core within their bodies. This inner core is where their essence resides. It is also a key material for humans to create spirit weapons. I guess that is the true purpose of the training." "What?" The prince's face changed immediately. "The inner core of the heavenly beast can be used to create spirit weapons." Just then, an ancient race member had just killed a heavenly beast. From the corpse of the heavenly beast, he dug out a glowing inner core. Within the inner core, there was a shadow of a heavenly beast. Clearly, it was a type of soul. The ancient race member kept the inner core and continued deeper. "Indeed, this is a key material for creating spirit weapons. Demon Lord, what's the point of us waiting here? We should just go down and kill the heavenly beasts." The prince's face was filled with excitement. The demon lord looked at the prince with a look of disdain. "What's the hurry? These people are all going to die eventually. The heavenly beasts that they kill are naturally ours. Rather than killing them one by one, why don't we just kill them later?" Pausing for a moment, the demon lord continued. "Furthermore, there are overseers in this place. It's not easy for us to escape from their detection. If we appear out of nowhere, we will definitely attract trouble. The most important thing right now is to recover our strength." The moment he finished speaking, the two demon lords led the two of them forward in the void. Along the way, they bumped into quite a number of humans and heavenly beasts. Looking at them, the prince felt an itch in his heart. However, as a prince, he naturally knew that it was better to snatch than to kill. Therefore, he suppressed the urge to go down and kill the heavenly beasts. Just as the four of them disappeared, a person appeared where they were standing just a moment ago. It was a young man. It was the overseer. Looking in the direction where the four of them had left, a smile appeared on his face. It was a smile that was filled with evil intentions, and a little creepy. Puff! When Zichen struck out with his fifth attack, the giant beast in front of him was no match for him. It was killed by Zichen. After killing the giant beast, Zichen intended to leave. However, he suddenly felt a wave of soul power coming from the giant beast's body. Zichen furrowed his brows. Using one of his fingers as a sword, he slashed at the giant beast in front of him. The giant beast's body was cut open, and a beautiful light burst out from within. The soul power that he had sensed earlier became clearer. This is a soul fragment. Zichen found a fist-sized monster core in the giant beast's body. He saw a soul fragment within the monster core. Zichen had seen many thunder spirit crystalline souls, and he had even seen moon spirit crystalline souls. At a glance, he could tell that this was a soul fragment. The difference between a human-grade weapon and a soul weapon was that it lacked a soul fragment. After looking at the monster core for a long time, Zichen was sure that the monster core in his hand could be used to forge a soul weapon. At that time, the strongest weapon that could exist in the world was undoubtedly a soul weapon. Once a human-grade warrior had a soul weapon, his combat power would be much stronger than a human-grade warrior. In the Wuji sect, which had a lot of resources, human-grade warriors were already common, and every human-grade warrior had one. However, there were only 20 or so soul weapons. Now that he saw that the monster core in the giant beast could be used to forge a soul weapon, Zichen's eyes lit up. This thing was useless to him, but it was very useful to the Wuji sect. Therefore, Zichen had to get more of it. Kill! Putting away the monster core, Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He flapped his thunder wings and began to search for giant beasts to kill. Just as he had guessed before, there would be an inner elixir in every giant beast that he killed. Every inner elixir represented a spirit weapon. Even Zichen had joined the slaughter army. From this, it could be seen how serious the slaughter in this world was. Just like in the human-grade realm, no matter if it was a human or a heavenly beast, the blood that flowed out would naturally disappear and be absorbed by the underground formation. Then, it would be absorbed by the two demon sovereigns. The two demon sovereigns had recovered from their injuries, but they were not satisfied. They wanted to become stronger. They had mastered some of the rules in this world, so naturally, they had ways to not be controlled by the rules. Therefore, they needed to increase their combat power to the peak. Then, they would kill everyone here, take control of this place, and become the master of the Saint Burial Ground. It had to be said that this was a crazy and bold idea. Chapter 1095. As long as one was in the human origin stage, one would be able to see the extraordinariness of the heavenly beast's inner core. Naturally, they would start to fight for it. Thus, the entire world entered a state of slaughter. For some reason, slaughter was the purpose of this world. Humans versus beasts, humans versus humans. However, in general, in this slaughter, the aboriginals had the upper hand. Zichen was moving quickly in this world, looking for heavenly beasts. Somewhere in this world, there was a group of 10 people. They were all dressed in black, with a black cloth covering their heads. They were moving forward silently. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. A heavenly beast appeared from the void and attacked the group of 10. A cold, murderous intent appeared. One of the 10 disappeared in an instant. The next moment, that person appeared beside the heavenly beast and hit it with his palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavenly beast was pushed back by the powerful force. Its huge body lost control in the air, but it was not injured. This did not mean that the black-clothed person was not strong, nor that the heavenly beast had a strong defense. It was just that the black-clothed person did not want to hurt it. After the black-clothed person pushed the heavenly beast back, his body flashed again and hit the heavenly beast several times. With a loud bang, the heavenly beast was knocked unconscious. Then, the black-clothed person took out a bowl-shaped object and aimed it at the heavenly beast. A suction force came from the mouth of the bowl and sucked the heavenly beast into it. After that, the black-clothed person returned to the group. While the black-clothed person was fighting with the heavenly beast, the others did not stop. It was as if they were not worried that their companions would be at a disadvantage. When the black-clothed person returned, the leader asked, "How many?" 11. The black-clothed person's indifferent tone had a hint of humility. The black-clothed person looked ahead. There was a battle at the end of his line of sight. 4 humans and 3 heavenly beasts were fighting, but the result was not worrying. Together with the previous 3, it should be enough. 14 heavenly beasts, representing 14 soul weapons. This kind of temptation is definitely big enough. It should be enough. Without waiting for the leader's order, the black-clothed person who had returned earlier rushed forward. He merged with the void and approached the battlefield. After a while, he returned after 3 attacks. When he looked at the battlefield again, the 4 humans' bodies were torn apart by the heavenly beasts. However, the 3 heavenly beasts did not leave. Instead, they looked at the black-clothed person who had suddenly appeared in front of them. The black-clad man looked at the 3 heavenly beasts and said indifferently, "Go and prepare." The group of 9 responded and then spread out in all directions. They spread out for about 10 miles. Then, they took out array platforms that had already been carved out from their spirit rings and placed them in all directions. The array platform was complex and simple, but it was perfect. It was personally carved by the clan's array master. The formation was known as the Forbidden Killing Formation. It was one of the trump cards of the Killing Clan. In the past few years, the Shurji clan had taken on missions and killed countless people. They had killed almost all kinds of existences except for spirit bodies. However, this was the first time they had used the forbidden killing method in the past few thousand years. Just as the 9 assassins set up the forbidden killing formation, their leader charged towards the 3 heavenly beasts. Energy vibrated, and light flashed. The battle ended as soon as it started. The 3 heavenly beasts were knocked unconscious on the ground. There were several wounds on their bodies, but they were all from the previous battle. A moment later, the 9 people who had set up the formation returned. "Big brother, the ban on killing is already in effect. Should we lure them in?" "Them." Zichin brought a lot of people with him this time. "We set up the forbidden killing formation. If we only kill him, wouldn't it be a waste?" The leader of the black-clad men frowned slightly. He seemed to be thinking. Using the forbidden killing formation to kill people, he was confident that he could kill Zichin. Killing those who followed Zichin at the same time seemed reasonable. However, when he thought about how the clan's powerhouses had repeatedly told him to kill Zichin, he shook his head and said, "Act according to the original plan. Lure Zichin here alone. As for the others, we will deal with them later. Now, inform them that we have found the ambush location." A special wave began to spread in this area. Except for a few special existences, almost no one could detect this wave. The spirit bodies of the major forces had already climbed up the stairway to heaven. As the wave spread, their expressions changed. "We finally found a good place. For this ambush, we have paid a great price. I hope you will do as you promised and succeed 100%. A token in his arms vibrated. The Jin clan spirit body took it out and looked at it. He turned his head and looked in a direction. After a moment, he said, "Go and clear a path for them." At the same time, the Mu clan spirit body also said from another direction, "Go and guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone enter." The Hu clan, the Shui clan, the Tu clan, the Overlord body, and the Sword Sect spirit body instantly sensed it and gave out instructions. Zichin had offended the major forces ruthlessly. Therefore, when they said that the enmity between them would be written off, it was at most a dream or nonsense. In the past, the Buddhist sect and the Wuji sect were forces that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even so, they were still destroyed when faced with the schemes of these major forces. Zichin was just a rogue cultivator at most. The major forces would not allow someone who had slapped them in the face so many times to live freely in this world. Therefore, this was the reason for the current situation. The major forces paid a huge price to hire the Slayer clan to kill Zichin. Along the way, he had a bountiful harvest. The more he killed, the easier it was for him. Previously, he had to search for a long time before he could find a giant beast to kill. Moreover, he would encounter many people killing the giant beasts. However, as he killed along the way, Zichin found that there were fewer and fewer humans around him, but more and more giant beasts. As long as he killed one, he would quickly find another one. As he moved forward, he was almost never idle. Simple, decisive, and direct. After killing a giant beast in one blow, he took its inner core. As Zichin released his spiritual thoughts, he sensed another giant beast at the end of his spiritual thoughts. My luck is so good. Zichin's face was still filled with joy, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He rushed forward again and killed the heavenly beast. Then, he collected the inner core and released his perception. As expected, he found another heavenly beast within the range of his spiritual thoughts. If once or twice could be considered as luck, then 5 or 6 times could be considered a problem. Could it be that this is a guiding path that is guiding me to a certain direction? As Zichin moved forward mechanically, he frowned and pondered. What is ahead? Some kind of great opportunity, a great opportunity. He remembered what the young man had said before. As for why he didn't think that it was deliberately targeted, it was because Zichin was too confident in his combat strength. Currently, he could almost completely destroy a spirit body, and this kind of destruction ignored the number of spirit bodies. Spirit bodies were said to be invincible. Over the years, the major forces had accumulated a lot of them. After all, every spirit body that reached the mortal origin stage had an inexhaustible lifespan. Even if there was one every 1,000 years, the number of spirit bodies in the major forces was already an immeasurable number. However, Zichin was sure that they would not be willing to use some to fight with Zichin and let Zichin exhaust them. This was because cultivating a spirit body required an unimaginable amount of resources. Therefore, because of this strange imagination, Zichin naturally thought of a great opportunity. Seeing that this situation was still going on, Zichin was a little excited. However, being excited, he was also a little careless. Finally, Zichin saw the group of 14 heavenly beasts from afar. His expression changed again. There are 14 of them. Could it be that there will be more of them in the following journey? The excited Zichin thought that he had really encountered a great opportunity. Therefore, he rushed forward without hesitation. As he rushed forward, he saw a few of the heavenly beasts with wounds on their bodies. On the ground, there were also broken limbs. This scene was very normal. It was obvious that someone had come here to kill the heavenly beasts. He was not strong enough and was killed instead. However, Zichin did not know why, but he saw something unusual in this very normal situation. As he rushed forward, his body suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked forward, then looked around. Using his perfect spiritual senses, Zichin did not find anything. However, he still felt that something was wrong and immediately activated his yin-yang eye. Under his yin-yang eye, Zichin saw a person standing a few miles away. It was a man in black. The other party had been hiding in the void, so Zichin did not notice him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, Zichin saw a murderous intent in the other party's eyes. Kill the clan. Seeing this man in black, Zichin immediately guessed the other party's origin. However, he did not understand why this guy was standing there. Could it be that he wanted to assassinate him? Zichin was too far away to sense the other party's presence. However, if he was close enough, Zichin believed that even if the other party was a spirit body, he would still die. Zichin ignored the assassin and looked in another direction. In another place, Zichin saw another person. It was another man in black. He was a distance away from the original person. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zichin. Zichin immediately felt that there was something wrong with the distance between the two. It seemed that there was really a problem. Then, he looked around. He saw 9 black-robed men in total, and the positions of these 9 people were extremely similar to the positions of the 9 sword steels when Zichen used the 9 extremes formation. Oh no, it's a formation! Zichen's expression changed instantly. He immediately reacted. It's too late to realize it now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded above Zichen's head. Zichen looked up and saw a person standing in the sky. Before Zichen could launch an attack, the person immediately disappeared. At the same time, the figures of the 9 men in black in the other 9 directions slowly dimmed and dissipated like phantoms. The clear sky suddenly turned gray, as if there was a fog covering the sky. In this fog, there was an obscure murderous intent. At first, the murderous intent was very faint. It was so faint that only those with sharp senses could detect it. However, the murderous intent soon became dense. Forbidden killing! Suddenly, 2 words sounded between heaven and earth. Then, in the gray world, the gray clouds began to roll and the dense murderous intent suddenly swept through this part of the world. Zichen felt as if his feet had suddenly fallen into a swamp. He actually became inflexible. Buzz! Chapter 1096. The sky was originally clear and blue, but suddenly, clouds and mist appeared, turning it gray. Suddenly, the clouds and mist began to roll, and a sword light broke through the clouds and mist. Amidst the rolling clouds, the sword light attacked like a flying sword from outer space. The change happened in an instant. It was so fast that Zichen didn't have time to react. It wasn't until the sword light arrived that he regained his senses. However, when he tried to make an effective response, he found that he couldn't move his feet. His movements were greatly hindered. It was as if he was a prisoner who was bound and waiting for death, waiting to be beheaded. There was no sword wool on the sword light, which proved that it wasn't from the sword sect. However, there was murderous intent, monstrous murderous intent. The sword light had not yet arrived, but its aura had already shaken the space. As it neared, Zichen's robes started to flutter, and his black hair danced wildly behind him. The cold sword chi pierced through his skin, causing him to feel a slight pain. Zichen was not a prisoner. Apart from his feet, the rest of his body was not bound. Naturally, he would not allow himself to be captured without a fight and wait to be beheaded. Ha! Looking at the sword light, Zichen shouted. His whole body lit up with a dazzling light like the sun. The energy of yin and yang was mobilized by him. Gold and silver light flowed around his body like water. Before the sword light arrived, he, who couldn't move, formed a seal as fast as he could. When the seal was formed, the sword light arrived. The sharp sword light pierced his forehead. However, before it could reach his forehead, it was blocked by a square thunder seal. Clang! The sword light stabbed the square thunder seal. There were no sparks, but it was like 2 objects colliding with each other. A clear and loud clang was heard. 2 different forces gushed out, collided, and tangled. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. After a few breaths, the energy of the sword light was exhausted and completely shattered. The thunder seal dimmed, but it was still in front of him and didn't dissipate. The sword light came fiercely, but its power wasn't as great as Zichen had expected. He was slightly relieved. With a thought, the thunder seal in front of him dissipated. A sarcastic voice sounded between heaven and earth. Not bad. You block the power of one sword and still have some energy left. However, the forbidden killing is activated with more than one sword. Zichen raised his head and looked at a certain spot in the void. The voice came from there, but Zichen didn't see anyone even though he used his yin-yang eye. He didn't ask who you are, what your name is, why you want to kill me, or who else wants to kill me apart from you. Killing is killing, there's no why. Just as Zichen was thinking, if he were to rush out, he would definitely kill everyone who was involved in this matter. Clouds and mist lingered in the air, blocking out the blue sky. However, Zichen knew that this was an illusion. With the activation of the formation, he was already isolated from the world he had just been in. The lingering clouds and mist began to roll again like boiling water. 2 sword lights rushed out of the clouds and mist, one in front and one in the back, one in the east and one in the west. They once again shot towards Zichen. Just like before, the sword lights were very powerful. One of them was aimed at Zichen's back while the other was aimed at his glabella. Forbidden killing, first imprison then kill. At this moment, Zichen's feet seemed to be firmly tied to a divine mountain. He couldn't move at all. Facing the incoming sword lights, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only face them head-on. Zichen raised his head and looked at the sword lights in front of him. He clenched his hands into fists, then twisted his body and punched out twice. Above his fists, yin and yang energies flowed and shone with boundless light. With two loud bangs, the sword lights were shattered once again. Zichen still seemed relaxed and didn't seem to be straining at all. However, there was no joy on his face. Since his opponent dared to scheme against him, they must have been fully prepared. These sword lights were just the beginning. After the 2 sword lights shattered, 4 more appeared. After the 4, 8 more appeared. After the 8, 16 more appeared. Whoosh! 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 32 sword lights appeared in the sky, coming from all directions. Sharp whistling sounds came from the air as dense killing intent filled every corner of the formation. In front of Zichen, a flame suddenly appeared, followed by a powerful aura. A spear, under the control of Zichen, was like a fire snake, revolving around him at high speed. As the fire snake revolved, it collided with the sword lights, causing loud bangs. Another round of sword lights was shattered, but then another 64 sword lights appeared. The sword lights seemed to be endless, as if every time they shattered, more would appear. And with each round of attacks, there would always be a time when the sky would be filled with sword rain. When the 128 sword lights reached, Zichen became strained. A sword light pierced through his arm and left a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. To be able to break through his defense in one strike, it was clear that the sword light's power was extraordinary. The clouds continued to churn and the sword lights multiplied once again arrived. Although they couldn't be compared to the sword rain, their power was already extraordinary. If all of them could break through Zichen's defense, his body would definitely be pierced with countless small holes in an instant. "Open for me!" Zichen roared again. The blood in his body circulated at high speed, causing a thunderous sound. An even more powerful aura surged from his body. The power of gold, silver, and yin and yang surged towards Zichen's feet. At the same time, the lightning wings on Zichen's back began to vibrate at a high frequency. The sword lights approached from afar, but Zichen didn't put up any defense. Instead, he focused on his feet, looking at the power that didn't exist but was actually binding him. The sword lights whistled and shot towards Zichen in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that the light on Zichen's body blazed to the extreme. Boom! Hundreds of sword lights collided with a point, causing a violent explosion. A powerful destructive energy spread out in all directions. At the end of the energy, Zichen lowered his head and bent over. His head was covered in cold sweat. His clothes were torn in several places, and there were a few eye-catching wounds on his body. But in the end, he broke free from the binding. The lightning wings on his back vibrated again, and he rose into the air. His figure flickered in the air, but his original speed was greatly reduced. His flying speed was only 50% of his original speed. It was as if there was an invisible rope wrapped around his feet, restricting his freedom and speed. The sword lights flew again, and there were naturally more of them. Zichen dodged them with his extreme speed. At the same time, he looked in all directions, trying to find a flaw in the matrix. Because it was a formation, there were bound to be flaws. This sentence made sense, but not everyone could see the flaws and find them. LV Ping might be able to, but if it was Zichen, it was impossible for him to do so. At the moment when the forbidden killing was activated, it seemed that everyone in this world had sensed some kind of powerful aura, so that everyone's attention fell on a certain place in an instant. "Hey, the humans have set up a matrix here!" The 2 demon sovereigns immediately sensed the existence of the matrix. They were surprised, and their expressions changed. Somewhere in the void, The young man saw the matrix and saw Zichen in the forbidden killing. He smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect to encounter the forbidden killing here. It seems that this little guy called Zichen has made them suffer a lot. What did I see? He's the enemy of the whole world. The forbidden killing is extraordinary. Zichen is in danger this time. Although I have a way to save you, rules are rules. No one can break them. Life and death is up to fate." The group of spirit bodies and forces all headed towards the source of this inexplicable aura after sensing it. With the forbidden killing, Zichen will definitely die this time. That was what all the spirit bodies were thinking as they moved forward. Under the blue sky, Su Mingyao's eyes flashed. She was calculating. After a while, the light in her eyes disappeared, but her face turned pale. She had calculated that this fluctuation was related to Zichen. Zichen was in danger again. Without any hesitation, she moved towards the source of the energy fluctuation. At the same time, the devil ape, Zhang Haotian, and the others also moved towards the source of the fluctuation. In a short 1 hour, everyone had gathered at this place. After which, they saw the misty array with a single glance. There was also a rather blurry figure within the array. "Spread out and stop anyone from approaching." After the spirits of the various forces arrived, they immediately gave the order. The 5 elements forces, the domineering Dao clan, and the sword sect all took action. Which force in the world could resist? Soon, this place was sealed, and outsiders could only watch the show from afar. They set up a matrix to kill people here. I wonder who is in the matrix. Yes, even the major forces want to protect him. I think the person in the matrix must be extraordinary. Just as the discussion was going on, the demon clan's army arrived. The leader, the princess, was riding on a Molin. When she saw the matrix, her expression changed immediately. After a while, she smiled and said, "Other than the ancient clan, all the major forces have taken action. The person in the matrix obviously has an irreconcilable grudge with them." Next to her, the middle-aged demon clan's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Could it be Zichen?" The princess said with certainty, "Of course it's him. Other than him, who else is qualified to make those forces pay attention to him? All the major forces have taken action. Doesn't that mean that Zichen's life is in danger this time? I'm afraid Zichen is going to die this time." In the field, many people had already guessed the identity of the person in the matrix, and their expressions immediately changed. They also finally knew that they could not offend the big forces at all, because you would never know when they would take revenge after offending them. Zichen. The person in the matrix must be Zichen. *MN these major forces. They actually went back on their words and plotted against Zichen. Let's rush over and break the matrix to save Zichen. The demon ape and the others arrived and immediately recognized that the person in the matrix was Zichen. They then gathered together to discuss how to save him. The matrix is perfect. There are no flaws at all. It seems that we can't break it from the outside. We can only go in. The demon ape looked at the matrix in the distance with the delusion breaker eye. So what? Let's go and break the matrix, Zhang Haotian said coldly. The demon ape shook his head and said, "No, that place has become a world of its own. There is no other way except to break it from the inside out. Are we just going to watch Zichen die like this?" A voice sounded from behind them. "Find Elvipeng. Only he can save Zichen now." Chapter 1097. Trapped in the forbidden killing formation, no one outside could save Zichen. Zichen's friends could not, and neither could his spiritual body. Of course, they would not try to save him either. Some people had the ability but were unwilling to break the rules. Thus, Zichen could only save himself. However, in the middle of the formation, Zichen could not even protect himself, let alone save himself. Thus, there was no way to break this formation. In the dusky sky, the sword light pierced through the clouds. Every time it disappeared, the next time it appeared, it would double in size. As time passed, the sky finally formed a real sword rain. Those heavenly beasts had long been pierced through by the sword rain, turning into sieves and smashed into pieces. After dodging so many times, Zichen had expended a lot of energy. At this moment, there were at least 100 wounds on his body. Although each wound was not big, there were too many wounds. As he kept bleeding, Zichen gradually became weaker. He held his spear and looked around coldly. In the forbidden killing formation, Zichen not only had to defend against the sword light, but also the attacks of the assassins. Their figures were not obstructed here, and their attacks were mysterious and strange. Sword chi that contained killing intent would always appear unexpectedly, giving Zichen a lot of trouble. Chi, chi, chi! The sword light that filled the sky once again broke through the clouds and shot towards Zichen. There were so many that Zichen could no longer count them. In short, the sword light filled the entire sky, covering every corner. Zichen was unable to dodge in the face of such dense sword light. He could only hold his spear and protect himself in a circular area. Clanging sounds rang out. Zichen kept swinging his spear, shattering the sword light. Suddenly, Zichen felt an unusual killing intent coming from behind him. His expression changed as he thought to himself, "Here it comes again." He stabbed his spear behind him. However, in the next moment, several more killing intents appeared from all directions, attacking Zichen. If this was the outside world, Zichen might find it troublesome to face such an attack, but with his extreme speed, he could still deal with it. However, his speed had been reduced by half, and he was injured. It was already good enough that he could survive. Buzz! As the void trembled, the sword light attacked and then shot towards Zichen. Other than the sword light shot out by the assassin with the sharp blade, there were also other sword lights in the world. The assassin's body appeared and disappeared, and he actually ignored the sword light in the world. Zichen picked a direction with his spear and pierced through it. Clanging sounds were heard as Zichen broke one of the sword lights. However, the rest of the attacks instantly pierced into Zichen's body. Pooh! Pooh! There were a few more bloody holes on Zichen's body. The assassin retreated after that strike. At the same time, there were many more small wounds left by the sword light of heaven and earth. In short, Zichen no longer had an intact piece of skin on his body. Even his face was covered in wounds. In the outside world, although the crowd could not see what was happening inside, they could see the scene of the sword light piercing into the body. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The powerful Zichen, who was known to be able to kill spirits, was actually injured in the formation. Moreover, it seemed that his injuries were very serious. It's the forbidden killing formation. It's known as the strongest killing formation of the Killing Clan. In history, no assassin has ever failed to kill someone using the forbidden killing formation. As expected of the forbidden killing formation that is known to have a 100% success rate. Zichen is definitely going to die this time. Zichen, you probably did not expect this day to come. The spirits were extremely excited. The name Zichen was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts, making them feel extremely uncomfortable and unable to raise their heads. However, as long as Zichen died, the world would become the world of invincible spirits. Looking at the trapped Zichen, Su Mengyao was very anxious. Now she could only hope that the devil ape and the others could quickly find LV Peng. However, she soon saw the sharp blade piercing through Zichen's body. She was so shocked that she almost cried out. Her pale face was completely drained of blood. The young man stood somewhere in the void and looked down at Zichen in the formation. He said, "It's unsolvable. It's unsolvable." In the formation, Zichen's body landed on the ground. His injuries were so serious that he could not expend too much energy to fly under the pressure. Facing this forbidden killing formation, Zichen really felt powerless and felt that he was insignificant. He was very powerful and could defeat anyone in the same realm. However, this formation in front of him could exhaust him to death. Until now, he had not found a way to escape. Even if the assassins did not attack, he would die in the formation. This formation was unsolvable. Zichen could only accept this fact helplessly. "What's wrong? Are you not going to resist?" Are you waiting for death? A mocking voice sounded from the sky. Even if his tracks were exposed, Zichen did not have the strength to charge forward and kill. Because of the strangeness of the formation, he had already wasted too much energy in his previous fearless charge. This formation is unsolvable. Death is inevitable. However, I thought you would have a lot of fighting spirit and be able to hold on until the last moment. I didn't expect you to still be alive and in despair. A mocking voice sounded from the void again. Zichen looked up at somewhere in the void and said coldly, "Even if I die, I will drag you guys down with me." After a short conversation, the sword light fell again. As long as there was a breath of life in the formation, the forbidden killing formation would not end until the breath of life dissipated. At the same time, 9 assassins with sharp blades appeared along with the sword light. Facing so many attacks, Zichen did not take the initiative to resolve them. Instead, he chose to defend. The energy in his body formed a defensive light shield. Then, holding the long spear, he rushed toward one of the assassins in front of him. His expression was calm, but there was a touch of determination in his eyes. There was a trace of madness. With a flash of light, the long spear shattered a sword light and pierced into the body of one of the assassins. At the same time, the energy contained in the tip of the spear flowed into the assassin's body. At the same time, 8 sword lights broke through the defense one after another and pierced into Zichen's vital parts. However, Zichen's body was special. He could block the energy from the sharp blades in an instant. Moreover, these assassins were very careful. They were afraid that Zichen would go crazy and kill them. Therefore, they retreated after one attack. Zichen's body was bleeding profusely. Bloody holes were faintly visible. He looked very miserable and frightening. The 9 assassins retreated. Just as they hid in the void, one of them fell out and crashed to the ground dead. Among the 9 assassins, one had already died. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. One round of attacks will be enough to kill him. The voice in the sky sounded again. It was the leader of the 10 assassins in black. However, he did not launch an attack. He was just giving orders. Zichen did not even have time to take a deep breath. The sword lights trembled again, and the assassins attacked again. Just as the other party said, Zichen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no need for the assassins to attack. These sword lights were enough to kill him. However, the assassins were not willing to let Zichen die like this. They came to kill him personally. Just as the sword lights pierced into his body again, Zichen's calm eyes suddenly lit up with 2 balls of flames. The flames burned in his eyes, in his blood, in his bones, on his body, on the assassins' blades, on the assassins' bodies, and in the endless sword lights. The entire forbidden killing formation was burning with flames. The raging flames calcined the air, ignited the endless sword lights, and ignited the assassins. Mournful screams echoed in the forbidden killing formation. However, the formation's soundproofing effect was very good. It did not spread to the outside world. However, although the people outside did not hear the screams, they saw the flames. They were familiar with this kind of flame and knew that it was called the flame of life. The power of laws appeared in the flames in the formation. The assassins' flaming figures ran around in the formation, jumping around, trying to extinguish the flames. Seeing this scene, the originally proud spirits immediately changed their expressions. Their expressions became tense, serious, worried, and even a tinge of uncontrollable fear. If the flame of life broke through the forbidden killing formation, then an unimaginable disaster would descend that would affect everyone. Su Mingyao's eyes lit up. As the battle continued, she had deduced the chance of survival. Now that she saw Zichen's heavily injured body attract the flame of life, she guessed that the chance of survival was here. However, she was not sure, so she watched excitedly. It's the annoying flame of life. Somewhere in the void, the prince's cold voice sounded. Clearly, he still remembered the scene in front of the ancient castle and was still brooding over this flame. The prince asked worriedly, "Demon Lord, will Zichen break out of the formation?" The Demon Lord shook his head and said, "I don't know much about human formations. However, the power of laws did not destroy the formation. The possibility of him not coming out is higher. At this moment, everyone nervously stared at the forbidden killing formation. Their expressions varied. Some were hopeful, some were worried, and some were afraid. Those who had no enmity with Zichen and those who did not like the large factions hoped that Zichen would be able to break out of the formation and then slaughter them. However, those who had enmity with him hoped that he would die in the formation. Hope filled everyone's hearts. However, there was no hope on Zichen's face. This was because the moment the flame of life was activated, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Disperse. As the word disperse fell, the flaming sword light that filled the sky silently dispersed, turning into pure energy of the world. The flame of life could burn all external objects, but this did not include spiritual energy. Thus, the flames that filled the sky were like fireworks. As soon as they ignited, they dispersed and then disappeared. However, this was not the reason why Zichen lost hope. Instead, it was because the two assassins that had been ignited by the flame of life seemed to know that they would die. They did not hide in the space formed by the formation and instead exposed themselves to Zichen. The flame of life was unable to enter the core of the formation, so it was naturally unable to ignite there. Naturally, it was also unable to break the formation. The instant the flame of life appeared, although the formation still existed, it was not activated. Thus, the laws were unable to tear it apart. Of course, the most important reason for all of this was that Zichen was unable to control these laws. Otherwise, let alone a mere forbidden killing formation, even 10 of them would be enough to break through. The flame of life dissipated, but the forbidden killing formation still existed. The clouds that had just disappeared reappeared. Clearly, the flame of life's laws had not been able to break through the formation. This caused an uproar. The spirit bodies of the large factions let out a sigh of relief. They felt as if the mountain in their hearts had suddenly disappeared. If they had not been able to break it the first time, they naturally would not be able to break it the second time. Furthermore, whether or not Zichen would have a second chance was another matter. Su Mengyao cried out in alarm. Her face instantly paled, and her eyes were filled with grief. Chapter 1098. There were more than 10,000 people in the group, and nearly a third of them had died along the way. Even so, there were still several thousand people who had successfully ascended the stairway to this world. LV Ping was the last to come up among these thousands of people. He had stayed on the stairway for several days, so his harvest was naturally the greatest. He had just come out, so he didn't know what earth-shattering event had happened in this world. He walked slowly comprehending the formation Tao imparted by Elder Hiroshi. This time, he was extremely lucky and had encountered a great opportunity. He was even more grateful to Elder Hiroshi. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon. A sharp voice entered LV Peng's ears. It sounded like someone was running away. He looked up at the horizon, thinking that the other party was being pursued. However, when he saw who it was, his expression immediately changed. Zhang Haotian, it's you. You're running away. Although Zhang Haotian's combat strength was inferior to Zichen's, he was definitely in existence comparable to a spirit body. Apart from Zichen, who else in this world could make him run away? LV Ping was surprised and puzzled, so he asked, "Look at you being in such a hurry. Who's chasing you?" Seeing the leisurely LV Ping, Zhang Haotian glared and said angrily, "Why are you here? Everyone's looking for you. Come with me quickly." This was the first time Zhang Haotian had glared at him since they met. His complexion instantly changed. Of course, this wasn't because Zhang Haotian was being rude, but because of his anxious expression. It was clear that something urgent had happened, something major. He hurriedly asked, "What's going on? What happened? Where's Zichen?" Zichen was their leader and their backbone, so LV Ping asked Zichen first. As long as Zichen was here, everything would be fine. Zichen's in trouble. He's about to die. In one sentence, the sky had fallen. Their backbone had fallen. Without further ado, the two went on their way. Along the way, Zhang Haotian used the fastest and most concise words to tell LV Ping what had happened. Damn it, this group of untrustworthy villains! They're a great force, yet they're going back on their words and are so shameless. LV Ping was furious. Zhang Haotian's expression was extremely cold, and his killing intent was bone-chilling. After we rescue Zichen, all the people and forces involved in this matter in this world must die. LV Ping's face was filled with anger, but he knew that it was useless to continue condemning the major powers. If condemnation could kill, who knew how many people would die every day? LV Ping's expression slowly calmed down as he asked, "Have you notified the demon ape and the others?" Zhang Haotian nodded and said, "Yes, everyone is rushing there. Su Mengyao is guarding there." LV Ping thought that they should be able to save Zichen. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked with a frown, "What kind of formation is trapping Zichen?" Although his attainments in formations are not at the Grandmaster level, he is still at the Master level. He also has the Yin-Yang eyes and the Delusion Breaker eyes of the Devil Ape. Can it be that the formation can't be broken even with the combination of the two? Zhang Haotian shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's a very strange array formation that was created by those assassins. The Devil Ape said that there are no flaws on the outside and that it has to be cracked from the inside. However, the array formation is very powerful. Zichen doesn't seem to have the time to crack it. An array formation created by an assassin." LV Ping suddenly had an ominous feeling. By the time Zhang Haotian and LV Ping arrived, the Devil Ape and company had already arrived. When they saw LV Ping, they surrounded him and looked at him hopefully. LV Ping had an apologetic look on his face before looking at the array in front of him. No one said a word, afraid that they would disturb LV Ping. The apologetic look on LV Ping's face dissipated as his expression slowly turned solemn. Moments later he sighed and said, "It's forbidden to kill. Forbidden to kill." Everyone had clearly never heard of this term. "It's actually forbidden to kill. These darn things. I should have guessed it long ago." The perfect body cursed. Apart from the perfect body, Ape Qilin and Ape Dragon were also there. When they heard about the forbidden killing array, their faces turned pale. This was the most powerful array formation of the Sha race. It was said to have a 100% chance of killing the enemy. From its birth until now, almost no one had broken it. "It's over, it's over. The forbidden killing array formation is said to have a 100% chance of killing the enemy. It has never been broken." The three people who knew the might of the forbidden killing array had despair in their eyes. However, the others didn't know. They didn't believe it when they heard it as they looked at LV Ping. LV Ping frowned and said, "The forbidden killing array is indeed very troublesome, but to say that it has a 100% success rate and has never been broken is a little exaggerated. It's just that compared to other array formations, the forbidden killing array is relatively difficult to crack." The forbidden killing formation was a brand new term in LV Ping's mind. Before he ascended the stairway to heaven, he knew nothing about it. But on the stairway to heaven, he met Elder Mo and listened to his teachings again. Then, he followed Elder Mo in the formation for dozens of years, comprehending the formation Tao. Elder Mo taught him everything he knew, and LV Ping humbly asked for advice. As for the Sha clan's famous forbidden killing formation, Elder Hiroshi had specially studied it and concluded that there was no such thing as a killing formation in this world. No matter how powerful the formation was, there would always be a chance for survival. The key was whether you could find that chance. Elder Mo didn't know how to set up the forbidden killing array because it was extremely complicated. It required many array platforms, and it wasn't something that could be completed by a single person. Although he didn't know how to set it up, Elder Mo knew how to crack it. This was because he knew where the chance of survival was through studying countless array formations. Upon hearing LV Ping's words, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. The three perfect bodies looked at LV Ping in shock and asked in shock, "LV Ping, do you really have a way to crack the array?" LV Ping looked at the array in front of him and shook his head. "This array is extraordinary. It can even trap those at the Earth Essence realm. I'm weak and can't crack it, but I can open a crack and find a chance of survival. Zichen can use this chance to come out. Initially, everyone was in despair when they heard LV Peng's words, but his subsequent words rekindled their hope. Then hurry up and crack the array and let Zichen out. He has already activated the flames of life once. I'm afraid he won't be able to last much longer, Su Mengyao said anxiously. This matter can't be rushed. We have to contact Zichen first, then communicate with Zichen. Other than that, we have to think of a way to approach the array. These were two extremely crucial problems. Although LV Peng could find a chance of survival, he couldn't maintain it for long. The opportunity was fleeting, so he had to let Zichen be prepared. Other than that, the people from the large factions were still guarding the array. Everyone had to rush over. In the array, after the flames of life dissipated, the array was activated again. Zichen was injured again. During the process, 2 more assassins died under his spear. Zichen stood on the ground and tried his best to move in a small area to reduce his consumption. He knew that the people outside would definitely think of a way to save him. Zichen. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Zichen's mind. It came from Longhu. Longhu, how is it? Do you have a way to break the array? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. LV Peng is looking for a chance of survival, but he's not sure where it is. He needs your cooperation. How? This is a huge array with a radius of 10 miles. You need to walk to the center of the array. It's very likely that the array core is there. Okay, I'll go now. Be careful, don't let anyone discover your intentions. Zichen activated his yin-yang eyes and walked toward the center of the array. Of course, he was retreating while fighting. At the same time, he would take the initiative to launch an attack somewhere in the void. Launch an attack 30 meters away and 30 meters in the air. See what you can see. After a while, Zichen said, I can't see anything. 2 more meters. There's a trace. Launch an attack 40 meters behind you. 35 meters to the south. Use your yin-yang eyes when you attack. Under LV Peng's instructions, Longhu and Zichen continued to communicate. LV Peng was outside looking for the array core, looking for a chance of survival. Are you done? Zichen's voice became weak. After dodging 2 sword beams with great difficulty, Longhu's voice sounded. Wait, it's almost done. While LV Peng was searching for a chance of survival, Zhang Haoyan and the others were discussing how to create chaos and rescue Zichen. No, we have too few people. We're far inferior to the 5-element faction. This was the voice of the perfect body. The ape dragon said, We don't have many people from the ape lineage either, but I'll try to negotiate with the dragon man lineage. If he's willing to help, with the entire demon race, our chances will be higher. There are also people from the Buddhists. I'll find Mingxin and ask them for help. Although there are quite a number of people, we're far inferior to the large factions. I'll find the Fiend Princess. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Haoyan in surprise. Clearly, they still remembered the scene of the Fiend Ape blocking the princess. If Zichen comes out, he will definitely kill the large factions. It's beneficial to her. This woman is very smart. She should agree to our request, Zhang Haoyan said. The conversation above was done via voice transmission. Immediately following that, a voice sounded in the princess's sea of consciousness. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Oh, you need my help. Not just Her Highness, but all of you demons. Zhang Haoyan corrected. The princess looked ahead and didn't look at Zhang Haoyan. She smiled and said, Is this considered begging me? I remember that someone previously surrounded me and took a lot of things from me. Zhang Haoyan ignored her subsequent words and couldn't be bothered to explain. He said, It's not a request, it's a cooperation. If Zichen comes out, he will definitely kill everyone from the large factions. This will only be beneficial for your upcoming trip. But Zichen is just too strong. He's even stronger than those spirit bodies. Do you think I'll release a powerful existence that's a threat to me? Zhang Haoyan cursed the woman inwardly for being cunning, but time was of the essence. He could only reply, I guarantee that Zichen won't attack you demons after he comes out. Furthermore, if we discover anything good, we can let you have it once. It's not letting, it's helping. The princess corrected. Although there was only one word difference, the meaning was too different. Moreover, the meaning of helping was broader, including letting. It was obviously raising the price, but Zhang Haotian could only agree. Okay, deal. That was because compared to Zichen's life, those worldly possessions were nothing. After discussing the details as quickly as possible, Longhu's voice was heard again. 14 meters in front of you, 13 meters high, there's a weak spot. That spot will take a lot less attacks. We'll open a gap there. Wait for my voice transmission. That's the only way to break the formation. Chapter 1099. Creating chaos was simple. It was nothing more than rushing forward. Whether it was shoving, scolding, or attacking, it was good as long as it was chaotic. However, this was on the premise that they were not afraid of the five elements forces, the sword sect, or the overlord lineage. They were one of the forces with the deepest foundation in the entire Tianwu continent. There were not many forces that dared to challenge them. Zhang Haotian contacted these forces because he was friends with Zichen and did not feel ashamed of the actions of the major forces. More importantly, the forces behind them were not afraid of the major forces. The ancient race was a major race, the demon race occupied a continent, the Buddhist sect and the five elements forces had enmity, and needless to say, the demon race was a terrifying existence that dared to invade the Tianwu continent. It was an existence that all forces feared. Chaotic footsteps were heard. The moment they moved, they became chaotic. Many cultivators from the four forces rushed forward. The energy in their bodies surged, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to vibrate. They moved forward aggressively. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hurry up and retreat. Those who advance will die. Following the loud shouts, these people did not retreat. Instead, they sped up. Then, both sides began to collide. They did not attack. They simply wrapped their bodies with elemental energy and collided with each other. It looked as if they were careless and did not notice the people in front of them. However, it was normal for one person not to notice. Even a ghost would not believe that a large group of more than 1,000 people did not notice them. They knew that this was just an excuse. LV Peng's arrival attracted the attention of many forces. They naturally guessed what these people were going to do. Especially when they saw so many people with poor eyesight, they were even more certain that LV Peng and his group's intention was to save Zichen. The Wu clan from the eastern continent, Zichen knew Wu Yu from that clan, and they had a good relationship. He looked at the people with poor eyesight in front of him and smiled faintly. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual senses and said, Since it's chaotic, let's make it even more chaotic. After Wu Yu finished speaking, the group beside him was in chaos. Angry shouts and roars could be heard continuously. Are you blind? Don't collide. F*CK, why are you colliding blindly? Get lost. How dare you collide with me? I'll cripple you. You're not walking on the right path, but you're just randomly bumping into things. Get lost. Wu Yu's team suddenly started cursing and swearing. Then, they pushed and shoved each other as they charged forward in an extremely chaotic manner. Beside Wu Yu's team was a group of dumbfounded members of the other forces. They looked at Wu Yu's team in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and, of course, confusion. It's already shameless enough that the vision of those people in front suddenly became bad. Good heavens, you people are even more shameless. You're the ones pushing forward, but you actually found such a shameless excuse. It should be known that all the forces gathered together and kept a certain distance from the other forces. In a situation where everyone was in a square formation, who would go and push your forces for no reason? Shameless, truly shameless. As soon as the four powers moved, the Wu family moved as well. This caused the expressions of the other leaders to change. Clearly, they were facing two choices at this moment. One was to wait and see, and the other was to take advantage of the chaos to create more chaos. However, At this moment, there were really too few people who could make a choice like Wu Yu. They were afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind, and fell into hesitation. Under these circumstances, they didn't pay attention to themselves. Wu Yu, have your people charge at them. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Wu Yu's sea of knowledge. This time, they owed Zichen a favor, and they owed the everlasting sect a favor. At this moment, they weren't resolutely watching the show and were instead hesitating. Obviously, this favor was more or less involved. When people were hesitating, they would care a lot about the opinions of the outside world. Wu Yu quickly reacted and transmitted his voice. Then, his team, which was still swearing and swearing, began to charge recklessly. This charge was like a fuse that completely ignited the chaos. You dare to push me? You're not looking where you're going? You're courting death. Explosive shouts began to ring out. Then, with everyone pushing and shoving, the teams became chaotic. In almost an instant, the forces in this area were thrown into chaos like a pot of porridge. Among them, there were some who had conflicts with the major forces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Normally, they wouldn't dare to make a move, but at this moment, since the situation was already chaotic, they didn't mind making it more chaotic. If they rescued Zichen, they would definitely gain the friendship of the everlasting sect. If they couldn't, the major forces would pursue the matter, and it could be said that it was caused by the conflict between the other forces. With this thought in mind, the teams were in complete chaos. Of course, there were also supporters of the major forces. They wanted to maintain order, but in this situation, even the major forces couldn't maintain order, let alone them. The young man looked down at the chaotic battlefield and chuckled. Interesting, this is indeed interesting. I didn't expect to see such a chaotic battle after so many years. In another direction, the prince snorted coldly. Humans are indeed full of thoughts. They're really shameless. Let's go. Everyone was in chaos. No one cared about LV Ping and the others anymore. They took advantage of the chaos to approach the forbidden array in front of them. During the process, LV Ping took out some array flags and handed them to everyone. At the same time, he clearly marked where the array flags should be placed. Leng Hu transmitted his voice to Zichen. Let's start charging and setting up the array. Wait for my voice transmission. At this moment, Zichen, who was in the array, was already very weak. The injuries that he had recovered from earlier were covered in wounds again. Stop right there. During the charge, a figure flashed out. It was a spirit body. They were naturally paying attention to LV Pun and the others to prevent them from destroying the forbidden array. A spirit body appeared and blocked the front. However, a golden light rushed over and the perfect body blocked the spirit body. LV Peng and the others continued charging forward. Following that, the spirit body appeared again. Ape Lin went forward to stop them. Although he didn't have the combat strength of a spirit body, he could still barely resist for a moment. After that, Ape Dragon stepped forward. After that, a Dragon Man stopped the spirit body. At that moment, the demon's attitude was very clear. They would help the Infinity Sect and save Zichen. After that, when the spirit bodies appeared one after another, the princess also stepped forward. There was also the middle-aged demon, Buddhist Ming Xian, and the others. The spirit bodies were stopped. LV Ping and the others rushed forward and successfully arrived outside the forbidden array. The chaos in the distance suddenly intensified and turned into a battle. In the midst of the battle, there were casualties. With casualties, there was anger. The real chaotic battle had arrived. There's not much time. Start setting up the array. Zhang Haotian, go to the Kun position. LV Ping used his spiritual senses to command. Although he had already indicated the location, he was still a little worried. Behind them, energy was vibrating. A few of them were no match for the spirit bodies, so they didn't have much time. Meng Yao, hurry up. Demonic Ape, hurry up. LV Ping anxiously commanded. Then, he watched as they arrived at the designated place one by one. Then, he inserted the array flags in his hand into the void. There were a total of 36 array flags inserted in 36 directions. Everyone worked together, and it only took 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the array flags were in place. Everyone looked at LV Ping excitedly. LV Ping nodded and formed a seal with his hands. His spiritual senses connected to the array flags and activated the array. The 36 array flags began to glow, and then connected together, forming a mysterious space. A misty light appeared from this space and then melted towards the forbidden array below, preparing to break the array. Everyone's expressions became more and more excited. Lomhu listened quietly and waited for LV Ping's voice transmission. The misty light successfully merged into the forbidden array. LV Ping spoke, indicating for Zichen to prepare and attack. All of a sudden, the misty light disappeared. Everyone looked up in shock and puzzlement at the sudden disappearance of the misty light. LV Ping was the same. When he looked up, he saw that the array flag had moved. The array flag was in the hands of a man in golden clothes. He was looking at LV Ping mockingly. Everyone looked at the man in golden clothes. When they saw that the array flag was taken away, they were furious and wanted to kill him. The man in golden clothes laughed. "Haha, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Following his laughter, the array flag disappeared from his hand. He had originally wanted to destroy the array flag, but how could he possibly destroy an array flag that was comparable to a spirit weapon in terms of quality? Just as Zhang Haotian and the others flew up, another person appeared in another place. He appeared out of thin air and directly appeared beside the array flag. He easily took away another array flag. "Since we have the intention to kill, how can we not be prepared?" This person was from the Mu family of the 5 elements. After he took away an array flag, he laughed mockingly. These 2 people were comparable to spirit bodies. Previously, they had been hiding in the dark and only made their move now. However, what puzzled LV Ping and the others was that when the devil ape used its delusion breaker eye, it did not find anyone hiding in the surroundings. The light continued to flash, and another person appeared. Then, one figure after another appeared beside the array flag. LV Peng's pupils shrank. He finally saw where the other party appeared from. It was actually from the forbidden array. They had been hiding in the array to avoid the devil ape's delusion breaker eye. At this moment, because the array flag was attached to the killing array, they could appear in front of the array flag at any time and easily take it away. Moreover, their speed was very fast. With the help of the array, their speed was like teleportation. Zhang Haotian and the others could not kill them at all. In just a few breaths, all 36 array flags were taken away by them. "Haha, without the array flags, let's see how you break the array. Moreover, Zichen is about to die." These spirits laughed out loud. Their figures flashed, and they entered the array once again. This was a space that was deliberately prepared for them in the forbidden killing array. Although they didn't believe that LV Ping could break the array, they did so just in case. However, they did not expect LV Ping to have such means. Without the array flags, the killing array could not be broken. LV Ping was in despair. These people re-entered the array and could not kill. Zhang Haotian and the others were in despair. "There's not much time left. Let's just watch Zichen die." A cold, mocking, and venomous voice rang out, and everyone's gazes turned towards Zichen. Countless sword rain rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, several assassins also launched fatal attacks. Zichen was extremely weak and had reached the limit of his life. However, the flame of life did not appear. Even people who have an immortal body will die, let alone the flame of life. The flame of life is not invincible. No one can be immortal. The voice of the demon lord sounded. It seemed that he had foreseen Zichen's end. Chapter 1100. Creating chaos was really simple. It was nothing more than rushing forward. Regardless of whether it was shoving, scolding, or attacking, as long as it was chaotic, it was good. However, they had to be unafraid of the 5 elements forces, the sword sect, and the overlord lineage. They were considered one of the most powerful forces in the Tianwu continent. There were not many forces that dared to challenge them. Zhang Haotian had contacted them because of his friendship with Zichen. He did not feel ashamed of the actions of the major forces. More importantly, the forces behind them were not afraid of the major forces. The ancient race was a major race. The demon race occupied a continent. The Buddhist sect had a grudge with the five elements forces. Needless to say, the demon race was a terrifying existence that dared to invade the Tianwu continent. All the forces had to be wary of them. The sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. Many cultivators from the four forces rushed forward. The energy in their bodies surged, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to vibrate. They moved forward aggressively. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Hurry up and retreat. Those who advance will die." Following the roars, these people did not retreat. Instead, they sped up. Then, both sides began to collide. They did not attack. They simply wrapped their bodies with elemental energy and collided with each other. It looked as if they were careless and did not notice the people in front of them. However, it was normal for one person not to notice. Even a ghost would not believe that a large group of more than 1,000 people did not notice them. They knew that this was just an excuse. LV Peng's arrival attracted the attention of many forces. They naturally guessed what these people were going to do. Especially when they saw so many people with poor eyesight, they were even more certain that LV Peng and his group's intention was to save Zichen. The Wu clan from the eastern continent, Zichen knew Wu Yu from that clan, and they had a good relationship. He looked at the people with poor eyesight in front of him and smiled faintly. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual senses and said, "Since it's chaotic, let's make it even more chaotic." After Wu Yu finished speaking, the group beside him was in chaos. Angry shouts and roars could be heard continuously. "Are you blind? Don't collide. F*CK, why are you colliding blindly? Get lost. If you dare to collide with me, I'll cripple you. You're not walking on the right path, but you're just randomly bumping into things. Get lost." Wu Yu's team suddenly started cursing and swearing. Then, they pushed and shoved each other as they charged forward in an extremely chaotic manner. Beside Wu Yu's team was a group of dumbfounded members of the other forces. They looked at Wu Yu's team in shock, their faces filled with disbelief and, of course, confusion. It's already shameless enough that the vision of those people in front suddenly became bad. Good heavens, you people are even more shameless. You're the ones pushing forward, but you actually found such a shameless excuse. It should be known that all the forces gathered together and kept a certain distance from the other forces. In a situation where everyone was in a square formation, who would go and push your forces for no reason? Shameless, truly shameless. As soon as the four powers moved, the Wu family moved as well. This caused the expressions of the other leaders to change. Clearly, they were facing two choices at this moment. One was to wait and see, and the other was to take advantage of the chaos to create more chaos. However, at this moment, there were really too few people who could make a choice like Wu Yu. They were afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind, and fell into hesitation. Under these circumstances, they already didn't know what to do. "Wu Yu, have your people charge at them." Suddenly, a voice rang out in Wu Yu's sea of knowledge. During this trip, they owed Zichen a debt of gratitude, and they owed the everlasting sect a favor. At this moment, they weren't resolutely watching the show and were instead hesitating. Obviously, this debt of gratitude was more or less involved. When people were hesitating, they would care a lot about the opinions of the outside world. Wu Yu quickly reacted and transmitted his voice. Then, his team, which was still swearing and swearing, began to charge recklessly. This charge was like a fuse that completely ignited the chaos. "You dare to push me? You're not looking where you're going? You're courting death!" Explosive shouts began to ring out. Then, with everyone pushing and shoving, the teams became chaotic. In almost an instant, the forces in this area were like a pot of porridge. Among them, there were some who had conflicts with the major forces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Normally, they wouldn't dare to make a move, but at this moment, since the situation was already chaotic, they didn't mind making it even more chaotic. If they saved Zichen, they would definitely gain the friendship of the everlasting sect. If they couldn't save him, the major forces would pursue the matter, and it could be said that it was caused by the conflict between the other forces. It was with this thought that the team was in complete chaos. Of course, there were also supporters of the major forces. They wanted to maintain order, but in this situation, even the major forces couldn't maintain order, let alone them. The young man looked down at the chaotic battlefield below and chuckled. Interesting, it's really interesting. I didn't expect to see such a chaotic battle after so many years. In another direction, the prince snorted coldly. Humans are indeed scheming. They're really shameless. Let's go. Everyone was in chaos. No one cared about LV Ping and the others anymore. They took advantage of the chaos and approached the forbidden killing array. During the process, LV Ping took out some array flags and handed them to everyone. At the same time, he clearly marked where the array flags should be placed. Leng Hu transmitted his voice to Zichen. Let's start charging and setting up the array. Wait for my voice transmission. At this moment, Zichen, who was in the array, was already very weak. The injuries that he had recovered from earlier were covered in wounds again. Stop right there. While charging forward, a figure flashed out. It was a spirit body. They were naturally paying attention to LV Peng and the others to prevent them from destroying the forbidden killing array. A spirit body appeared and blocked in front, but then a golden light rushed over and the perfect body blocked the spirit body. LV Peng and the others continued to charge forward. Immediately after, the spirit body appeared again. Ape Lin went forward to stop them. Although he didn't have the combat strength of a spirit body, he could still barely resist for a moment. Then Ape Dragon stepped forward. After that, a dragon man stopped the spirit body. At this moment, the attitude of the demons was very clear. They would help the Wuji sect and save Zichen. After that, when the spirit bodies appeared one after another, the princess also stepped forward. There was also the middle-aged demon, Buddhist Ming Xian, and the others. The spirit bodies were stopped. LV Ping and the others rushed forward and successfully arrived outside the forbidden killing array. The chaos in the distance suddenly intensified and turned into a battle. In the midst of the battle, there were casualties. With casualties, there was anger. The real chaotic battle had arrived. There's not much time. Start setting up the array. Zhang Haotian, go to the Kun position. LV Ping used his spiritual sense to command. Although he had already indicated the location, he was still a little worried. Behind them, energy was vibrating. A few of them were no match for the spirit bodies, so they didn't have much time. Meng Yao, hurry up. Demonic Ape, hurry up. LV Ping anxiously commanded. Then, he watched as they arrived at the designated place one by one. Then, he inserted the array flags in his hand into the void. There were a total of 36 array flags in 36 directions. Everyone worked together, and it only took 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, the array flags were in place. Everyone looked at LV Ping excitedly. LV Ping nodded and formed a seal with his hands. His spiritual sense connected to the array flags and activated the array. The 36 array flags began to glow, and then connected together, forming a mysterious space. A misty light appeared from this space and then melted towards the forbidden killing array below, preparing to break the array. Everyone's expressions became more and more excited. Lom Hu listened quietly and waited for LV Ping's voice transmission. The misty light successfully merged into the forbidden killing array. LV Ping spoke, indicating for Zichen to prepare and attack. All of a sudden, the misty light disappeared. Everyone looked up in shock and puzzlement at the sudden disappearance of the misty light. LV Ping was the same. When he looked up, he saw that the array flag had moved. The array flag was in the hands of a man in golden clothes. He was looking at LV Ping mockingly. Everyone looked at the man in golden clothes. When they saw that the array flag was taken away, they were furious and wanted to kill him. The man in golden clothes began to laugh. Haha, I have been waiting for you for a long time. As his laughter faded away, the array flag disappeared from his hand. He had originally wanted to destroy the array flag, But how could he possibly destroy an array flag that was comparable to a spirit weapon in terms of quality? Zhang Haotian and the others just flew up when another person appeared in another place. He appeared out of thin air and directly appeared beside the array flag. He easily took another array flag. Since we have the intention to kill, how can we not be prepared? This person was from the Mu family of the 5 elements. After he took away an array flag, he also laughed mockingly. These 2 people were comparable to spirit bodies. Previously, they had been hiding in the dark and only now did they make a move. However, what puzzled LV Peng and the others was that when the devil ape looked around with its delusion breaker eyes, it did not find anyone hiding in the surroundings. The light continued to flash, and another person appeared. Then, one figure after another appeared beside the array flags. LV Peng's pupils shrank. He finally saw where the other party appeared from. It was actually from the forbidden killing array. They had been hiding in the array all this time to avoid the devil ape's delusion breaker eyes. At this moment, because the array flags were attached to the killing array, they could appear in front of the array flags at any time and easily take them away. Moreover, they were very fast. With the help of the array, their speed was like teleportation. Zhang Haotian and the others could not kill them at all. In just a few breaths, all 36 array flags were taken away by them. Haha, without the array flags, let's see how you break the array. Moreover, Zichen is going to die soon. These spirit bodies laughed out loud. Their figures flashed, and they entered the array once more. This was a space that the forbidden killing array had deliberately prepared for them. Although they didn't believe that LV Ping could break the array, they did so just in case. However, they did not expect LV Ping to have such means. Without the array flags, the killing array could not be broken. LV Peng was in despair. These people re-entered the array and could not kill. Zhang Haotian and the others were also in despair. There's not much time left. Let's just watch Zichen die. A cold, mocking, and venomous voice rang out, and everyone's gaze turned towards Zichen. Countless sword rain rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, several assassins also launched fatal attacks. Zichen was extremely weak and had reached the limit of his life. However, the flame of life did not appear. Even people who have cultivated an immortal body will die, let alone the flame of life. The flame of life is not invincible. No one can be immortal. The demon lord's voice sounded. It seemed that he had foreseen Zichen's end. Thousands of sword light shot towards Zichen. Several sharp blades pierced into Zichen's body. Chapter 1101. The chaos continued and the battle was still intense, but everyone deliberately released a trace of spiritual sense outside the forbidden killing array. The array flags were taken away one by one, the strange spiritual bodies appeared and disappeared, and the despair on the faces of LV Ping and the others showed that the rescue plan had completely failed. Now, Zichen only had one path left, and that was death. The chaotic battle stopped almost instantly. Everyone turned around at this moment, and looked at the array in front of them, at Zichen in the middle of the array. They saw thousands of sword lights and a few sharp blades that contained fierce killing intent. Then, they saw thousands of sword lights fall on Zichen and penetrate Zichen's body. They saw the sharp blades pierce Zichen's body and completely mince Zichen's body. Dazzling sparks burst out from the formation, and Zichen's body was pulverized under everyone's gazes. There was an uproar all around, followed by mournful and desperate screams and proud laughter. Zichen, who was extremely strong, had died in front of the crowd. However, they weren't astonished by the strength of the forbidden killing technique because it was too late. At that moment, they were sighing, happy, angry, and sad. The strongest person of the same level died just like that. The strongest person of the same level disappeared just like that. The expressions of the thousands of people present could be divided into 4 types. One was the sighing of the neutral, the other was the jealousy and pride of the neutral, the grief and indignation of Su Mengyao and the others, and the excitement of the spiritual bodies of the major forces. In the sky, the young man was still smiling faintly. Interesting, really interesting. In another direction, the cold snort of the demon Venerable was heard. Zichen died just like that. Wasn't he a miracle creator? Would he also create a miracle this time? Some people could not accept this reality, and could not help but think. Then, they subconsciously looked at the array. With just a glance, his expression was a little sluggish. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of shock and disbelief. Then, he let out a cry of surprise. It was unknown whether this cry of surprise had an effect or if others had also discovered this strange scene, but soon, cries of surprise sounded one after another. Then, there were more cries of surprise. Flames, that's flames, the flames of life. Zichen is not dead. Alive. Zichen is still alive. Amidst the cries of alarm, Su Mengyao, who was kneeling on the ground, lifted her head in a daze. Her face was full of tears, and her soulless eyes looked towards the killing array in front of her. Gradually, her eyes regained their luster. At this moment, she was not performing a divination. If she had, she would have discovered that the light that represented Zichen's vitality was now as bright as the sun. Zhang Haotian and the others lowered their heads. Their faces were filled with regret, pride, and self-blame. They believed that they had a lot to do with Zichen's death, and that they couldn't shirk the responsibility. Hearing the cries of surprise, they raised their heads in confusion and looked ahead. The negative emotions on their faces disappeared and were replaced by excitement. Flames. At this moment, the killing array was filled with endless flames. This was the fire of life that everyone was extremely familiar with. At this moment, the flame of life was no longer just burning within the formation like before. Instead, it was igniting the entire formation. The entire formation was engulfed in flames. The power of law contained in the flames flowed into the center of the formation, and then to the formation platforms, which then collapsed. A few explosions suddenly came from the burning formation. Then, the complete forbidden killing formation completely shattered. The forbidden killing formation was broken just like that. But no one knew why such a perfectly fine formation would be broken just like that. Mournful cries rang out. Those were the cries of the assassins who had been ignited. The pain of having their vitality ignited was something that even the devil sovereigns couldn't endure, let alone them. Princess looked ahead, her beautiful eyes flashing. She muttered in disbelief. You can even break the formation like that? Are you really undying? But are you really still alive? At this moment, there were others who had the same question as her. After all, they had personally seen Zichen die. Although the flame of life had appeared now, perhaps it had only appeared after Zichen's death. Is Zichen really still alive? Everyone looked at the formation, thinking the same thing. You dare call it the flame of life? If you can't even save a single person, how can it be called the flame of life? The youth in the air jokingly replied. But unfortunately, no one could hear him. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the formation. They didn't notice that above the formation, there was a burning human-shaped flame. In the flame, Zichen stood indifferently. His eyes swept around, looking at everyone's expressions. A murderous intent rose from the bottom of his heart. Today, he was going to start a massacre. Under Zichen's feet, the formation was burned to ashes in the flame. Several figures were revealed. Only one of them was an assassin. The rest were the spirits who stayed in the independent space. At this moment, their faces were filled with confusion. They didn't understand. They had clearly seen Zichen die. How could he still trigger the flame of life? The spirits didn't understand. Little did they know that the surviving black-robed man was even more confused. Why would the flame of life burn the center of the formation? In short, whether they understood it or not, everything happened just like that. The formation was broken and the flame had disappeared. But they still felt a scorching heat. The heat came from above their heads. As they looked up, they saw a human-shaped flame in the air. Zichen, it's Zichen! Zichen, he's really still alive! He's created another miracle! Exclamations rang out again. They had already forgotten how many times they had exclaimed in such a short period of time. In short, when they saw the figure in the flame, most of them became excited. Their blood surged and they became impassioned. This was because if Zichen was still alive, then some of them would die. They would be unlucky. After confirming that the person in the flames was Zichen, the few spiritual bodies decided to retreat without any hesitation. Of course, retreating was only what they thought in their hearts. In reality, in everyone's eyes, this was fleeing, and it was the most miserable kind. It's too late to run now. Zichen's cold voice came from the flame. Then, with a whoosh, 4 lightning wings appeared on Zichen's back. With a flash of fire, Zichen's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already beside the few spirit bodies. He didn't need to show any killing intent. He only needed to throw a few simple punches. Wherever the wind from the punch passed, the spirits burned. Under the burning flames, their bodies seemed to be made of ice. They actually began to melt. Shrill screams echoed between heaven and earth. Don't let them escape. Kill them. Zichen's cold voice filled with killing intent rang out in the air. He immediately charged towards the fleeing assassin. He was the only one of the 10 who was still alive. When the demon ape and the others saw that Zichen was still alive, they were indescribably excited. When they heard Zichen's words, they didn't even think before charging towards the major factions. At this moment, it didn't matter who they killed. The most important thing was to kill. They needed to vent. They needed to kill. Therefore, the demon ape and the others charged towards the ordinary origin realm cultivators of the major factions and began a frenzied slaughter. His originally 2-meter-tall figure suddenly became incomparably tall, like a small mountain. The black rod in his hand also enlarged in the next moment. Then, he gripped the black rod tightly and suddenly swept it forward. Bang! 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 Wherever the black staff passed, more than 10 mortal origin realm cultivators were blasted apart by the demon ape. Blood rained down from the sky. Apart from the demon ape, Longhu also showed his might. A tall phantom appeared behind him. As Longhu moved, the phantom extended a claw forward. There was a terrifying force vibrating from the claw. This force enveloped many people below. As the claw landed, these people's bodies were crushed. Zhang Haotian hid in the dark like a killer. As his figure appeared, a stream of sword aura would appear and take away the lives of many people. When the slaughter began, the few of them became extremely crazy. Even Su Mingyao's expression was cold as she charged towards the mortal origin realm cultivators of the major factions. Kill! Kill these scum! The perfect body shouted as he commanded the ancients to attack. The ancients didn't have a harmonious relationship with the major factions, so they didn't feel any burden when they attacked. Amitabha. This penniless monk is repaying some interest for the destruction of the Buddhist sect. Ming Xian led the few Buddhist disciples and charged towards the Jin family. They didn't have many people, but they all grasped the power of mantra. Their combat strength couldn't be underestimated. The more chaotic the situation, the more interesting it will be. Let's attack too. The princess waved her hand. The demons that had gathered together earlier dispersed and charged towards the 5 Elements faction to begin the slaughter. Zichen chased after the fleeing assassin. The flames of life around him slowly dimmed and disappeared after his injuries healed. Die! With the yin-yang eye and world speed, the assassin naturally couldn't escape. After Zichen caught up, he waved the spear in his hand and stabbed at the assassin. The assassin blocked with his sharp blade. As the 2 weapons clashed, clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew. Amidst the high-frequency vibrations, the assassin's body began to retreat. One retreated while the other advanced, approaching the battlefield once again. At this moment, the assassin's face was no longer calm. It was filled with panic. The concealment technique he was most proud of was nothing in front of Zichen. It could be said that he had lost his greatest reliance. In a head-on clash, he was even less of a match for Zichen. At this moment, he was already injured as the corners of his mouth began to bleed. He couldn't escape or fight. The assassin's final fate was already decided. As for Zichen, he became more and more ruthless and crazy as he fought. Pfft. In the end, the assassin's body was pierced through by Zichen's spear. Then, the assassin was lifted up. As for his vitality, it was instantly destroyed. The Dragon Soul Spear was still absorbing the lightning in the Sea of Lightning to evolve. Zichen was now very comfortable using the flaming spear. As the spear in his hand trembled, the assassin's body exploded. A rain of blood fell from the sky, landing on Zichen before landing on the ground. Chapter 1102. This was a chaotic battle between the major factions. Only the major factions that had no scruples would dare to participate. The other factions did not want to participate in a battle of this level because it was meaningless and would only cause trouble later. However, as soon as the battle began, the energy began to fluctuate. The other factions did not have time to retreat, and some were shaken by the energy or accidentally injured. At this time, if one of the cultivators lost their rationality and retaliated verbally or physically, it would probably cause another round of chaos. For example, if a spirit wanted to chase after the demon ape, because it was too fast and someone was in its way, it would simply slap them to death. It was a very simple matter. And it just so happened that this was a faction that had a conflict with a major faction or had a deep grudge against a major faction. Obviously, this was another fuse. Because of various reasons, the fuses were ignited one after another, and the battle below turned into another chaotic battle. However, unlike the previous chaotic battle, this one was more intense because everyone was fighting with hatred. Energy fluctuated, and the sound of weapons stabbing into bodies could be heard continuously. Cultivators fell one after another, and the ground was soon dyed red with blood. A strong smell of blood drifted in this world. Looking at the bloody battlefield below, the prince asked respectfully, "Demon Sovereign, this is the reason why you saved Zichen." LV Peng's formation flag was taken away, and the plan to save Zichen was declared a failure. Although Zichen once again attracted the flame of life at the crucial moment, the assassins had already experienced it once, so how could they make a mistake? The real reason why the flame of life could break the formation was that a trace of an inexplicable power in this world had entered the formation. It did not destroy the formation, but like a fuse, it extended from the center of the formation to Zichen's body. As a result, the flame of life was activated and the fuse was ignited. Like a fuse, it extended all the way to the center of the formation. And then the formation broke. The demon sovereign smiled and said, "We need to increase our strength as quickly as possible, so we have to devour these life forces. Since we're already here, the possibility of them killing us is too small, so we release Zichen and let him and his companions, who are full of hatred, kill crazily. I have to say, Zichen and his companions are very strong, but I originally thought that they would just kill each other. I didn't expect that they would cause such a chaotic battle. I have to say, these forces are really unpopular," the prince said worriedly. "But if we release Zichen, will it affect our plan?" Hearing this, the demon lord suddenly laughed out loud as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. After laughing for a long time, the smile on his face disappeared and turned into a look of disdain. "I only need one finger to kill Zichen." When the prince heard this, he couldn't help but have a look of admiration on his face. Just by using a trace of his power, he was able to maximize his benefits. As expected of the demon lord who had lived for countless years. The flames of life didn't last long, or rather, it wasn't as long as Zichen had imagined. The spiritual bodies that the major factions had deliberately hidden were only heavily injured and not dead. When they met Zichen's cold gaze, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They weren't a match for him even when they were at their peak, let alone now. The previously arrogant Jin family's spiritual body now had a trace of fear on his face. He looked at Zichen and said in a trembling voice, "Zichen, you dare to kill us?" Zichen stood there with his spear in hand. When he heard this, a mocking sneer appeared on his face. He said mockingly, "At this time, do you think there's any point in talking nonsense? If you don't die, I will feel very uncomfortable. If all of you don't die, I will be very unhappy." Their expressions changed. Another spiritual body said, "Zi-chun, you have to think carefully. We are the largest faction in the Tianwu continent." As expected, Zi-chun seriously thought about it. He said, "When you worked together to scheme against me, I had already thought it through. I felt that I was too naive in the past. You said to make peace, so I only made peace. Furthermore, I only asked for a few spirit weapons. I think, in order to kill me, you must have paid the Shah clan a lot more." Ignoring their pale and frightened faces, Zi-chun said, "That's why I felt that I was very stupid in the past. I was very cowardly, very afraid of things. I always thought about the big picture, but in exchange, I was hunted down time and time again. I could escape once, but I couldn't escape all the assassinations. So I decided to fight to the death with you. I won't compromise anymore. I won't let myself be wronged, and I won't let you have an easy time." Zi-chun had already made up his mind to kill, but the spirit bodies were still unwilling to give up. They wanted to make a final struggle. "Let us go, and we'll forget about our grudges. This time, we'll do what we said." Zi-chun smiled and said, "Perhaps what you are saying now is the truth. However, this is on the premise that your lives are in my hands. If I let you go, you will still scheme against me with a strong backer. We won't, we promise. Your promise, in my eyes, is not even worth a pile of shit. Not to mention you, even if your parents and elders promise, it is just a fart in my eyes." As his voice fell, the spear in Zi-chen's hand pierced forward. This stab contained 100% of Zi-chen's strength. Around the flaming spear, the space trembled as a powerful force gushed out from the tip of the spear. The target of the stab was the spiritual body of the Jin clan. He shouted loudly and mobilized the golden essence force in his body to form a golden shield in front of him. At the same time, layers of light barriers appeared around his body. The spear pierced the golden shield, shattering it instantly. Then, the spear's power did not diminish. It easily pierced through the spiritual body of the Jin clan's spiritual body's defensive light barrier, and directly pierced his heart. Just like when he was facing the enemy assassin, the spiritual body of the Jin clan's spiritual body was lifted up by Zi-chen's spear. With a shake of his wrist, the spiritual body of the Jin clan's spiritual body suddenly exploded. One strike killed a spiritual body. As for the other spiritual bodies, they began to flee. They naturally knew that Zi-chun had extreme speed. Fleeing would only lead to death. The only correct choice was to join forces and attack. However, there were a total of 7 of them. They were not sure if the 7 of them would use their full strength at the same time. They were also not sure if one of them would take the opportunity to escape. All kinds of distrust made them give up the most correct choice and flee. The reason for their escape was that they were lucky. They were lucky that Zi-chun would not chase after them and would chase after the others and kill them. It was this luck that allowed them to escape. However, they seemed to have forgotten that this world was only so big. There was no exit, so where could they run to? The correct answer was that they could not run anywhere, because they could not escape at all. They were so heavily injured that they could not even block one strike from Zi-chun. Therefore, when faced with Zi-chun's attack, they only had one path: death. The spear pierced through the body of the second spiritual body. Then, it lifted him up. With a shake, the spiritual body exploded, and a rain of blood fell. Zi-chun's body was already covered in blood. There were pieces of flesh on his shoulders and hair. He looked extremely ferocious, like a demon that had walked out of hell. He represented death. Wherever his body landed, a spiritual body would inevitably die. The spiritual bodies were said to be invincible. They were legendary existences. Today, they were cut down one by Zi-chun like cabbages. It was very easy. The few spiritual bodies who were heavily injured died very quickly. Then, it was the other spiritual bodies who were restrained and could not escape in time. These people faced Zi-chun. Although they had the ability to fight back, their fates were the same in the end. One by one, the spiritual bodies fell in front of Zi-chun. As the spiritual bodies were destroyed, the people of the major forces kept dying. The blood on the ground seeped into the ground, and then turned into a torrent of life that flowed towards a certain place in the world. There, two demon sovereigns sat cross-legged, dividing the two torrents into two. The prince and the demon stood on both sides to protect them. However, this kind of protection was meaningless. The demon sovereigns were 100% sure that their arrival did not attract anyone's attention. However, they did not know that there was a pair of eyes in the dark staring at them. Those eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. "It's really meaningless to go in such a big circle. It's meaningless. It's meaningless." In the void, the young man's muttering voice sounded. Because they wanted to completely destroy the enemy, this massacre lasted for a very long time. All the people who escaped were chased down by the demon ape and Zhang Haotian. As for the spiritual bodies, they were left to Zichen. After LV Ping took out his own array flag, the speed of his slaughter sped up. Moreover, he smoothly climbed to first place. He was the fastest to kill the most people. If Zichen was displaying his individual combat strength to the world, shocking everyone, then LV Ping was displaying the mass-killing power of an array master, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. After a long, long time, the battle finally came to an end. The blue sky turned red, and a bloody mist floated in the air. On the ground, blood flowed like a sea. Severed limbs floated in the air, and corpses floated in the air. The thick smell of blood in the air caused many people to feel uncomfortable. Afterwards, the speed at which they cleaned up the battlefield slowed down a great deal. This time, everyone had contributed. So, as they cleaned up the battlefield, the spirit-devouring rats only took away the spiritual body's spirit rings and their spiritual weapons. As for the spiritual rings of the other cultivators, the spirit-devouring rats didn't touch them. Instead, they gave them to the other factions. Zichen stood in the air. The blood on his body had long since disappeared. He wore a new set of robes and had already returned to his original appearance. But as everyone looked at him, they couldn't help but recall the scene of him killing the spiritual bodies. Moreover, no matter how they looked at it, Zichen looked like a demon. Even the true demon race hid far away after witnessing Zichen's slaughter. Compared to them, Zichen was more like a demon. After the battlefield was cleaned up, everyone left. Afterwards, Zichen thanked them one by one. Next, they searched for heavenly beasts to kill in this world. They were searching for the opportunity that the young man had mentioned. After searching for several days, they found nothing. Just as Zichen was wondering if the young man was lying, the spirit-devouring rats suddenly sent him a sound transmission. They had discovered something, and it was a huge discovery. Chapter 1103. In the depths of the world, many cultivators had already gathered. In front of these cultivators was a passage. They stood in front of the passage and didn't enter, clearly hesitant. The spirit-devouring rat stood behind the crowd, furtively looking at the passage in front of it. Its small eyes darted around, no one knowing what it was thinking. It had already sent out a signal. All it needed to do now was wait for Zichen's group to arrive. A voice suddenly sounded from behind the spirit-devouring rat. "Did you discover something?" This was an unfamiliar voice. At the very least, this was the case for the spirit-devouring rat. It turned its head and saw a beautiful and arrogant woman walking towards it. As for this woman, she was riding on an extraordinarily mighty black beast. Its small eyes glanced at the princess before withdrawing. Then, the spirit-devouring rat chose to remain silent. "Did you discover something?" the princess asked again. She seemed to be unwilling to give up. The spirit-devouring rat said, "Isn't it obvious? This is a passage. Enter the passage and reach the second level." "Is that so? Then why don't you enter? Can't you see that I'm waiting for someone?" the spirit-devouring rat asked in return. Then, it deliberately increased the distance between them. The princess of the demon race, what kind of noble status was this? Many people wanted to get close to her, but the spirit-devouring rat was deliberately avoiding her. The princess looked at the spirit-devouring rat in the distance, and couldn't help but smile. The spirit-devouring rat is an existence born to seek treasures, but now it's sneaking around. I'd be the one to believe you. Footsteps sounded and the middle-aged demon walked over. Your Highness, how is it? The princess said. There's a problem with the spirit-devouring rat. The middle-aged demon pondered. Your Highness means that there's a problem with this passage. Since many people feel that there's a problem with this passage, then there's naturally a problem. Then what do we do? Wait. Wait for Zichen's group to arrive. That's right. Don't forget, he still owes us a favor. But this matter is of great importance, and there might be some great opportunity. What if they don't keep their promise? Zichen is a very interesting fellow. He didn't try to kill me back then, let alone a promise. The middle-aged demon frowned but didn't say anything. If Zichen had made a move in the blazing ancient castle, the one who would have died would have been Zichen. When the passageway appeared in front of them, no matter what, after everyone discovered it, the first thing they should do was to enter. In fact, quite a number of people had entered, but they never returned. However, this was also very normal. It was possible that after entering the next level, they would all go in search of treasures. Who would be so foolish as to come back? However, even though this was an extremely normal thing, many people felt that it was extremely abnormal. Thus, they looked at the passageway from afar and stopped moving forward. Zichen and the others rushed over and saw the tunnel in the distance. When they saw the humans, they asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that tunnel?" "There's no problem. They just have to go in. But they just don't want to," the spirit-devouring rat said in an extremely natural manner. His words were filled with thick ridicule and disdain. However, behind this tone, there was an extremely obscure sound transmission. "That is not the real passage. It seems to be the passage to leave. However, there is another strange place here. It is very obscure, but I can feel its existence." Zichen smiled and said, "In that case, let's go in." "All right, let's go now," the spirit-devouring rat said. The two of them were conversing with words. No matter how soft their voices were, it would still be heard by most people. Hearing the spirit-devouring rat's affirmation, some people who were hesitating no longer hesitated. They immediately made up their minds and stepped into the passageway. After entering the passageway, they felt their vision blur as if they had stepped into some kind of teleportation array. When they appeared again, they saw a huge black ancient castle in front of them. The black ancient castle was incomparably huge and exuded an ancient aura. It was extremely extraordinary. Everyone's expression immediately became excited, thinking that they had arrived at some kind of treasure land. However, this treasure land seemed to be somewhat familiar. This place looks very familiar." "Yes, it is very familiar." Some people sighed and some people agreed. Then, everyone recalled where they had seen this ancient castle before and looked around at the same time. The surroundings were a mess. The ground was bumpy and there were dried bloodstains in many places. It was as if some kind of great battle had occurred. Seeing that the surroundings were becoming more and more familiar, everyone's expression changed drastically. One of them shouted angrily, "Spirit-devouring rat, you *king liar! What kind of treasure land was this?" It was clearly the entrance to the Saint burial ground. Hearing the curses, laughter came from the distance. There were many cultivators standing together. They had all come out earlier. Zichen and the others naturally wouldn't really go in. Just now, it was just an act. However, it seemed that their acting wasn't very realistic. They only managed to trick a few people into going in. The others didn't move. These people's attention was all on Zichen. Obviously, they had the idea that if you go in, we will go in too. Zichen and the others had already walked to the front of the passageway and were about to go in. Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Zichen, we found a lot of heavenly beasts." "Heavenly beasts?" Zichen frowned slightly. He looked into the distance, and then looked at the passageway in front of him. He seemed to be hesitant. What did heavenly beasts mean? Everyone naturally knew. Each heavenly beast represented a spirit weapon. As the sect leader of a large sect, Zichen's hesitation was also very reasonable. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Finally, Zichen made up his mind quickly, showing the courage that a sect leader should have. Zichen's figure flew up. Beside him, Su Mingyao looked at the people around and frowned slightly. She seemed to be extremely unhappy and said, "If you want to go, let's go together." She followed Zichen closely. The spirit-devouring rat sighed softly, and then followed. "How can you leave me here alone?" Long Hu also flew up. As for Zhang Haotian, he had already disappeared. Zichen and the others left just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of them. They stopped in their tracks, afraid that the other place was really a treasure land. If they entered late, it would greatly affect their harvest. Everyone's gaze fell on their leaders almost instantly, waiting for them to make a decision. "What should we do?" The ancient looked at the perfect body and asked. The perfect body frowned and pondered. His expression was unfathomable, but he didn't say anything. "Senior brother, are we going in or not?" A Buddhist disciple asked Ming Xian. Amitba. Ming Xian pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist proclamation. After that, his mouth kept opening and closing, but no sound came out. "We'll just follow Benefactor Zichen." "Follow Zichen, but senior brother, Zichen hasn't entered yet. What if the harvest inside is gone?" "Junior brother, do you know who's the strongest here?" "Of course it's Zichen." "Whose team is the strongest?" "That's hard to say, but if we really fight, it'll be Zichen's team." "Junior brother, you still don't understand." "Senior brother, you mean that since Zichen isn't in a hurry, we shouldn't be." "What I mean is that there's something strange about this passage." "But Zichen didn't enter." Between the questions and answers, Ming Xian dispelled everyone's doubts. It had to be said that although this monk didn't look very good, his mind was very clear. Of course, this was only a voice transmission. "Your acting is quite realistic, but I don't know how long you'll be able to kill the heavenly beasts." The princess smiled coldly, signaling the demons to stay put. In the field, there were demons with minds like demons. As for the others, they might not be smart enough, or they might be a little stupid, but as long as they weren't really stupid, they naturally wouldn't go in when no one else was going in. They were waiting for Zichen to return from killing the heavenly beasts. However, in this world, with so many people here for so long, how could there be so many heavenly beasts for Zichen to kill? The group walked around, but they didn't see a single heavenly beast. Searching aimlessly was very boring, so they could only stop and count their gains. Now, they all had spirit weapons, and there was nothing in the world that could attract them. However, they were counting their gains. How boring was that? "My acting just now was not bad, right?" The spirit-devouring rat found a shiny gem, swallowed it in one gulp, and then showed off. Zichen thought for a moment, nodded solemnly, and then said, "Not bad, but my cooperation was flawless." "That's right, if you and I work together, we'll naturally be able to deceive those fools. After a while, when they're all gone, we'll go look for treasures." As if it was too proud, it caused a lot of dissatisfaction. The spirit-devouring rat hurriedly said, "Of course, everyone's superb acting skills played a big part in this success. Moreover, every point was on point, from the details of the clothes to the expressions to the movements, it was simply impeccable." While everyone was still feeling complacent, they didn't know that the others at the entrance of the passage were waiting patiently. While waiting, they saw that Zichen and the others had not returned after a long time, and a sense of disdain arose in their hearts. Still killing heavenly beasts. What kind of heavenly beasts can't be killed after killing for so long? After not returning for a long time, and thinking about the scene from before, everyone naturally guessed that the conversation between Zichen and the spirit-devouring rat was an act, and it was for them to see. As the number one person in the same realm, defeating so many invincible spirit bodies, if Zichen was acting for them to see, they would naturally be happy and even feel very proud. However, in this situation, knowing that this was an act for them to see, and that they were treated as idiots, how could they accept this? Therefore, they recalled the previous details and severely criticized Zichen and the others. From there, they peeled the cocoon and found all kinds of shortcomings. From the acting skills, clothes, expressions, and movements, everyone picked out a lot of problems. In the end, they summed it up, and that was bad, too bad, to the extreme. With such bad acting skills, it wouldn't even be enough to deceive a 3-year-old child, let alone them, who were outstanding and mighty geniuses of this generation. After thinking through this point and seeing the most fundamental reason, everyone was no longer in a hurry. Instead, they waited for Zichen and the others to return. Acting, don't you know how to act? Acting, you should at least act back. Sure enough, Zichen and the others finally returned after killing the heavenly beasts for a long time. However, when they saw the black mass of people at the entrance of the passage, they were all dumbfounded. Zichen is back, let's go in quickly. Yes, Zichen is back. If we don't go in now, we won't have any more opportunities. Not bad, let's go in quickly. Chapter 1104. With such obvious teasing, Zichen and the others could naturally tell that the show had failed. However, he was extremely puzzled as to what exactly went wrong. Of course, Zichen had never doubted that there was a problem with his acting. He could not find the reason. In short, there was a problem. Naturally, the show could not be performed according to the original version. Zichen will go in first. Are you guys going in or not? If not, we'll go in. After being exposed, Zichen's expression was a little ugly, and he did not want to act anymore. However, who knew that everyone was still teasing him? In an instant, his ugly expression became a little gloomy. Zichen released a wave of coldness from his body. It was as cold as the air, and wherever it passed, the crowd shivered. The banter on their faces disappeared in an instant. It was unknown if it was because of the cold, but their faces were pale. The mocking voices also disappeared instantly. Only then did everyone completely wake up and feel a lingering fear. After all, this was Zichen, the number one person in the same level. Thinking of this problem, everyone wanted to slap themselves a few times. It was none of their business whether the other party had good acting skills or not. No matter how bad the other party's acting skills were, it was their business. The other party was strong and had the support of several major forces as his backing. Moreover, he had the final say here. Under such circumstances, the other party's poor acting skills were relatively useless. In the end, the strong preyed on the weak. Since schemes did not work, they could only use force. As his gaze swept past, everyone shut up. Zichen was very satisfied with this effect. Then, he turned around and frowned. Why do I feel that there's something wrong with this place? Is the passage here abnormal? Feel it carefully again. Hearing this, everyone felt uncomfortable in the pit of their stomach. They had the urge to vomit blood. Is there any point in acting? We don't even dare to judge you, but you're still acting. Besides Zichen, the devil ape used the delusion breaker eye to investigate. After a moment, the devil ape shook its head and found nothing. Zichen also used the yin-yang eye to investigate, and did not find anything unusual. However, he also had a strange feeling in his heart. Almost everyone's attention was on the spirit-devouring rat. In this place, it was probably the only existence that could see the heretics. They hadn't left yet. Naturally, they were waiting to find the real entrance. So, there was no point in hiding at this moment. The spirit-devouring rat held its head high and puffed out its chest, enjoying the gazes of the crowd as it walked towards the passage ahead. Although they did not personally prove that this path was blocked, everyone could faintly guess. At this moment, when they saw the spirit-devouring rats heading straight for the passage, they became very puzzled. The spirit-devouring rat walked to the front of the passageway but did not enter. Instead, it turned around and walked towards the back. It seemed to be calculating some kind of number. When it stepped forward, its steps were extremely small, and it seemed to be very careful. It used small steps to take 299 steps, but for a normal person, it would only take 99 steps. Zichen and the others naturally knew that the spirit-devouring rat was showing off, so they did not deliberately urge it. Thinking about it, it was not easy for the spirit-devouring rat. It was clearly a rat, but it had always been used like a dog. Now that it finally had a chance to show off, how could they not let it show off a little longer? As if it felt that it was powerful enough, it pointed its little finger in front of it. As the finger fell, a white energy bloomed from its finger and pointed at the void. In the next moment, the void trembled as if something had been pointed out. Ouch! Immediately after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the spirit-devouring rat let out a strange cry and its entire body flew backwards. Its body retreated again and again before finally falling, almost falling out of the passageway. Its white fur was full of dust, and there were traces of blood at the corner of its mouth. It looked very miserable. However, at this moment, no one noticed its sorry state. Of course, it was not that everyone ignored its sorry state, but rather that they ignored the spirit-devouring rat. At this moment, their gazes, including the gazes of Zichin and the others, fell on the place where the spirit-devouring rat pointed. In the originally empty place, there was actually a black ancient castle at this moment. The black ancient castle in front of them was not big. It was not as big as the flaming ancient castle that Zichin had snatched back then, and it was thousands of miles away from the ancient castle formed by the holy burial ground. However, an ancient castle suddenly appeared in this area. Naturally, everyone knew what this meant. For a moment, everyone looked at the ancient castle with eager eyes. The black ancient castle was made of the same material as the gate of the holy burial ground. Even through a barrier of light, everyone could still feel the ancient aura from within. Seeing everyone involuntarily walk towards the black ancient castle, the spirit-devouring rat crawled up and said with dissatisfaction, "A bunch of disloyal fellows." Looking at the black ancient castle, everyone's expressions naturally changed. The middle-aged demon was the first to send a voice transmission. "Your Highness. Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." The group of demons slowly approached the ancient castle. The ancient castle was not big, so it naturally could not accommodate thousands of people present. Therefore, these people surrounded the ancient castle through the barrier. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. "Passageway, there's a passageway there!" Through the transparent barrier, everyone saw a passageway on the side of the ancient castle. It was different from the previous passageway. This passageway was a flight of stairs that inclined upwards. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions became excited. Clearly, there was another layer to this world. Without needing any instructions, everyone worked together to break through the barrier. As there were too many people, their combined strength was too powerful. As a result, everyone ignored Lvpeng, an array formation grandmaster. In this world, all array formations could be forcefully broken through with strength, but the premise was that one had the strength to break through the array. Clearly, the combined strength of so many human origin realm cultivators was enough. With a rumbling sound, the barrier outside the array shattered and the black ancient castle appeared. The appearance of the ancient castle could not accommodate everyone. Some factions that knew that there was no hope of competing decisively abandoned the ancient castle and rushed towards the passageway. Such thoughts and choices were very realistic. No matter what was in the ancient castle, with Zichin and company around, they could not obtain it. They might as well go to the next level to try their luck. Many people left, but even more people stayed. Zichen's group had unknowingly stood in front of the crowd, in front of the entrance of the ancient castle. Although there was a group of people behind them who were eager and extremely unwilling to give up, they did not dare to voice their opinions at this moment. "Open the door. No matter what's inside, everyone will fight for it with their own strength," said the perfect body first. The leaders of the other factions nodded when they heard that. Relying on their own abilities and strength was the least damaging method. At this moment, the people standing together were people who had more or less helped Zichin. It was not worth it for everyone to fall out over treasures. Furthermore, the main reason was that if they fell out, they would definitely die. Opening the door might lead to treasures, but the possibility of danger isn't small either. Zichin smiled and took a few steps forward. He pressed his hands on the door. As a wisp of essence energy surged in his body and attached itself to his hands, Zichen suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Zichen did not exert any strength, everyone was puzzled. Zichen looked at the perfect body and said, "Give it a try." The perfect body stepped forward and prepared to push the door open. As a wisp of essence energy was mobilized, his brows pricked up slightly. "There's indeed a problem," said the perfect body. This time, regardless of whether it was real or an act, no one backed down. Therefore, after looking at each other, the two of them pushed the door open with all their might. More and more essence energy surged in their hands, but the door didn't open. It appeared very heavy. "Don't come over!" Seeing that everyone was about to help, Zichen shouted. "Back off, back off!" Fiend Ape gestured for everyone to retreat. The light that surged in Zichen's hands became even more resplendent. One gold and one silver, like two suns. As for the perfect body, it was obvious that he had used all his strength. At that moment, his forehead was already covered in sweat. The two of them looked at each other and shouted, "Open!" A powerful force surged into the door like a tidal wave. Following that, the entire door began to glow, followed by cracking sounds. At that moment, no one knew how powerful the two of them were. If this were in the outside world, the combined strength would probably be able to shatter a soul weapon. However, at that moment, this strength could only open the door, but it couldn't even shatter it. The door could absorb essence energy, let alone the inside. Therefore, after the door opened a crack, the two of them immediately retreated and looked ahead warily. Like a rusty iron door, the door let out an extremely ear-piercing sound before slowly opening. When the door was completely opened, a vast and ancient aura surged out from the door, causing the robes of the people in front to flutter. When the door opened, other than this aura, there was no other abnormality. Before anyone could take a closer look, someone swept past Zichen from behind and rushed towards the door. In an instant, a total of 10 light figures rushed forward. Swoosh! 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 Just as they rushed through the door, rays of light lit up on both sides of the castle. What lit up were balls of flames. These flames formed fireballs that fell from the sky and landed on the corridor in front of the ancient castle. Following that, shrill screams rang out. Flames fell from all directions, covering the entire corridor. The Mortal Origin Realm cultivators who rushed and only had time to let out shrill screams before their bodies were ignited by the flames. Then, their bodies melted in the flames. This scene was just like the flames of light that Zichen had used back then. The immense power shocked everyone, and their expressions gradually turned solemn. At that moment, they finally understood why Zichen and the perfect body were so careful. After passing through the corridor ahead, they arrived at a hall. The door to the hall was tightly shut, and they couldn't see what was inside. After the people who rushed forward died, no one came forward. The fireball from before also dissipated. The corridor was very clean. The flames from before didn't leave any scars on the ground. Even the dead cultivators didn't leave any ashes on the ground. It should be a test. If one is fast enough or possesses a strange movement technique, the chances of passing are very high, Zichen said after pondering for a moment. The perfect body looked at Zichen and said, "I'm not sure about the power of that flame. If it's comparable to the flames of life, I'm afraid we won't be able to pass. Why don't you try the strength of the flame?" Chapter 1105. The perfect body's words seemed to have the intention of using Zichen as a tool, but in fact, that wasn't the case. Just as he said, if Zichen couldn't pass through the corridor ahead, no one present could. If the power of the flames was really like the flames of life, only Zichen could pass through them. This was because the flames of life were just too powerful. It was so powerful that no one dared to take the risk. If they touched it, they would die. Although it wasn't wrong to insist on searching for treasures, one had to act according to one's capabilities, especially when there was still a path to choose from. No one was willing to die for nothing. Therefore, only Zichen dared to step forward and give it a try. After nodding, Zichen stepped forward. His expression was equally cautious as he didn't dare be careless. Gold and silver light emitted from his eyes. He wanted to use the yin-yang eye to observe carefully, but the yin-yang eye had repeatedly proven to Zichen that it wasn't omnipotent. It was the same this time. If he couldn't figure out anything, he could only barge in. Zichen walked to the front of the castle and was about to step into it. Then, his body began to glow as a resplendent golden light rushed out from his body and charged forward. As he charged forward, the golden light immediately transformed into a figure. This figure was extremely resplendent, but after its feet landed, it suddenly dimmed. Fireballs appeared in the sky once again and rained down at the golden avatar. Behind Zichen, everyone's pupils constricted. For Zichen to be so careful, it was enough to prove that the castle was extraordinary. The golden avatar raised its head and looked at the fiery rain with indifferent eyes. Light flickered in its eyes. This was a deduction. Of course, it wasn't the kind of deduction that Su Mengyao used to predict the future and search for a chance of survival. Instead, it was calculating the landing point of the fiery rain. Although it looked like a fiery rain that filled the sky, there was actually a gap when it landed. As for the golden avatar, it knew extreme speed and could dodge through this gap. Just as the fiery rain was about to land on him, golden light began to flash around his body, forming a light barrier. Then, he moved at extreme speed and began to dodge through the gaps. At the same time, he dodged forward. Outside the castle, everyone widened their eyes as they carefully watched the golden avatar dodge the fiery rain and pass through it. Suddenly, a ball of flame brushed past the golden light barrier, and the entire light barrier immediately burst into flames. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. However, the clone did not stop. It continued to dodge until it reached the end of the rain of fire. Only then was it burned and dissipated by the flames. After the clone disappeared, everyone came to the conclusion that there was a gap in the fiery rain, and the flame was not the flame of life. This discovery made everyone slightly relieved. Many of them were able to pass through the rain of fire alone. But was it just a rain of fire? The golden light flashed again, and the second doppelganger entered the rain of fire. Because he had experienced this time, his dodging speed was much more agile. Just as he was about to walk out of the rain of fire, he was grazed by the flames. Then, the clone passed through the rain of fire and rushed toward the main hall. The golden doppelganger had only taken a few steps forward when streaks of sword light appeared in the sky without any warning. These streaks of sword light were burning with flames. They were swords of fire. Although the sword of fire was not as dense as the previous rain of fire, it was much stronger in terms of speed and power. Although the clone that was charging forward was constantly on guard and began dodging the moment the sword light appeared, it was still shattered by the sword light after only advancing a few meters. The second doppelganger dissipated, but there were sighs from the surroundings. Clearly, at least half of the people who had seen Zichen's two clones had lost the right to enter. These people were extremely depressed and sighed repeatedly. However, they were in the mortal origin realm after all. They had crossed the sea of blood and climbed the stairway to heaven, so they had extraordinary intelligence. They quickly adjusted their emotions and walked towards the passage and the stairs. "How is it?" asked the perfect body when he saw Zichen not moving. "It's about time." With that said, Zichen took a deep breath and stepped into the castle. Princess's eyes lit up when she saw Zichen enter the castle. She was a demon and a demon highness. She had never believed in gods, but now, she was praying. She was praying for the gods to bless her. She prayed that this was a huge opportunity. Zichen entered the castle and the rain of fire descended. He looked up at the sky and saw the gap in the rain of fire. His feet flashed rapidly. The speed displayed by the doppelganger had already shocked many people. At this moment, the speed displayed by his true body was even faster than the doppelganger. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. With two experiences and a faster speed, it was naturally easy for him to dodge the rain of fire. As the light flashed, Zichen passed through the rain of fire like a beam of light. After passing the rain of fire, he arrived at the spot where the sword light was. The flaming sword light appeared without any warning and silently slashed towards Zichen's true body. Zichen used his extreme speed to dodge the sword light. When he couldn't dodge in time, he would shoot out a beam of energy with a flick of his finger. He didn't seek to shatter the sword light, but only to change its trajectory. He naturally couldn't make any mistakes while moving forward because mistakes would result in death. Therefore, Zichen successfully passed the sword light, but he was still 1/3 of the way to the door. After he took a step, his entire body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. He stood there motionless. Seeing Zichen pass through the rain of fire and the sword light, the others became restless and prepared to go forward. However, when they saw Zichen suddenly stop moving, their expressions changed and they stopped what they were doing. The greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. I hope there will be more tests. The only one present who wasn't in a hurry was the princess. It's you. Looking at the person in front of him, Zichen was stunned. It was a young man. At this moment, he was looking at Zichen with a smile and said, "You're quite lucky. Even the ban on killing didn't kill you." Zichen's expression changed. "You saw it," the young man said proudly. "Of course. This world is under my control. There's nothing I can't see." Zichen asked. "That means it's very easy for you to break the ban on killing." The young man stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Zichen. Then, he used another finger to draw an area the size of a grain of rice. He said, "You only need to move a little and you'll be able to break the formation." Zichen's expression became extremely complicated. He asked, "Are you saying this now to show off? Or were you prepared to save me but didn't expect me to break the formation myself?" The young man said seriously, "Of course I'm showing off. As for me helping you, it's impossible because I don't want to break the rules." Zichen was speechless. At the same time, he had the urge to vomit blood. He thought to himself, "Why are you showing off in front of me if you don't want to save me?" He took a deep breath and asked, "You came here just to show off to me?" The young man shook his head and said, "Of course not. Other than showing off, I'm also giving you a sword. You can dodge it, but if you can't, you'll die." Zichen's expression changed a few times. He said, "This should be the third test. Come then." The young man didn't waste any more words. A flaming sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the sword and slashed at Zichen. "Wait!" Zichen shouted. The sword light stopped in between his eyebrows. The young man asked, "There's a problem. What's in the castle?" The young man smiled faintly. "Didn't you feel it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword light between his eyebrows suddenly released an endless killing intent. A powerful aura was released. It was as if a fire dragon had rushed out and crazily bit at Zichen. Zichen was so close to the sword light, but the other party launched an attack. He only wanted to curse for being shameless, but at this moment, he didn't even have the time to do so. The fire dragon was already rushing towards him. "Scram!" Zichen shouted and clenched his fist to strike. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't mobilize the perfect energy in his body. Other than that, even his perfect elemental energy seemed to be suppressed. However, it was still perfect elemental energy. Even if it was suppressed, its power wasn't small. Zichen mobilized his perfect elemental energy and used a tyrannical punch. Boom! The fist light collided with the fire dragon, creating an explosion. The two types of energy began to collide. Zichen's perfect elemental energy contained in his fist light successfully tore apart the fire dragon. Then, before the elemental energy dissipated, the fire dragon was crushed. The fire dragon dissipated. Zichen looked at the palace door on the stairs in front of him. He didn't know when he had walked through the corridor. As for the young man from before, he didn't know where he had gone. Standing in front of the palace door, Zichen didn't immediately push the door open. Instead, he turned around and looked at the crowd. At this moment, no one had entered, so naturally, there was no fire rain or sword light. Therefore, everyone could clearly see Zichen. When they saw that there was blood at the corner of Zichen's mouth, their expressions suddenly changed. Devil Ape asked from across the corridor. Zichen, what happened? Zichen pointed at the corridor and said, This place is strange. It suppresses the body's strength and elemental energy. The third stage is the power of the sword. If you block it, you pass. That sword is not weak, especially after elemental energy is suppressed. Zichen's explanation was very clear, so everyone naturally understood. Upon hearing this, many people gave up. This was because some people weren't good at speed to begin with, yet they could suppress their elemental energy. If they rashly entered, they would be courting death. With people retreating, there were naturally people who went forward. Devil Ape was one of them. Zichen had already entered. Of course, he didn't have the intention of entering to obtain treasures. Instead, he wanted to take a look out of curiosity. Just as Devil Ape stepped forward and entered the castle, the perfect body jumped in as well. Of course, he had the pure intention of seeking treasures. After the perfect body, Ape Dragon walked into the castle, followed by a dragon person. Apart from that, Ming Xian chanted a Buddhist proclamation as resplendent Buddhist light shimmered around her. She propped up the strongest defense and walked in. After that, some extremely confident leaders of the factions entered one after another. Just as Zichen had said earlier, this place would suppress the strength of the physical body, and it also had a suppressive effect on the origin energy. The moment they stepped into the fort, the light around them immediately dimmed. Among the people present, the one who wasn't in a hurry was the fiend. When the princess saw that almost everyone had entered, she slowly stepped into the castle. Her face was filled with curiosity and calmness. It was as though she wasn't entering the castle to seek treasures, but to have fun. After the princess entered, the middle-aged fiend followed. As a guard, he naturally had to stay by her side at all times. Chapter 1106. With a gentle push, the door opened. The deep hall seemed to be a little dim because it had not been opened for a long time. The door was very tall, and the hall looked very tall from afar. However, the entire hall only had one floor. At a glance, the dim hall seemed very empty, with almost no decorations. At the end of his line of sight, Zichen saw a black stone table. 2 rows of stone shelves were placed on both sides of the stone table. There was a row of slots on the stone shelves, each of which held 3 black weapons. They were saber, sword, halberd, staff, axe, and hammer. From afar there were some patterns carved on the surface of the black weapons, which looked like balls of burning flames. The weapons were the same color as the stone table and the ancient castle, and seemed to be made of the same material. Although Zichen did not sense any soul power from them, they should be extremely extraordinary since they were placed here. Zichen shifted his gaze from the stone shelves to the stone table. On the flat and smooth stone table, there was an item. This item was placed in the middle of the stone table, supported by a small black shelf. It was a pure black token, and the pattern on the token was also a flame. Looking at the position of the token, it was obviously more precious than the 6 weapons. However, Zichen could not guess its specific use. Just as Zichen was sizing up the hall, a scream came from behind him. It was a human cultivator who was set on fire by the rain of fire, his body melting in the rain of fire. The people behind him would enter soon. Zichen did not waste any more time and stepped into the hall. Just as he stepped into the hall, a mysterious force descended from the sky. Under the effect of this force, Zichen's physical strength was completely sealed. In addition, his perfect spiritual sense was also sealed, leaving only perfect origin power. Even so, the hall was still enveloped by a strong pressure. This pressure was very strong, and it forcibly suppressed Zichen's perfect origin power to the limit. Of course, this alone had no effect on Zichen entering the hall. However, Zichen suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from his abdomen, as if there was a ball of fire calcining his elemental core. A sharp pain came, and it was heart-wrenching. Zichen frowned slightly, thinking that there were indeed many tests. However, He quickly adjusted his mood and walked towards the palace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step forward, he felt the pain in his yuan dan increase slightly. After 5 steps, the pain had almost doubled. Sensing the unusual aura in the hall and recalling what the young man had said, Zichen's gaze once again fell on the token. There were traces of light emanating from it, and he had already vaguely guessed the use of the token. If that's the case, then we're really lucky. Zichen took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and continued forward. From time to time, there would be miserable screams coming from the corridor behind him. It was the unfortunate deaths of the challengers. At this moment, Zichen had already taken 10 steps forward. The burning sensation was 3 times stronger than when he first entered. 10 steps meant 10 meters. And behind 10 meters, the perfect body and the demonic ape arrived almost at the same time. The two of them naturally saw the things in the hall. Without any hesitation, they stepped into the hall one after another. Just as his feet stepped into the hall, the perfect body let out a tragic cry. He collapsed to the ground like a boneless person. What's wrong? The demonic ape looked at the perfect body beside him and bent down to pull him up. Don't touch me, don't touch me. It's hot. It's very hot. I'm about to catch fire. The perfect body shouted. Why are you nagging? Is it that serious? The demonic ape glanced at the perfect body with a mocking expression. He ignored the perfect body and walked forward. Although his footsteps weren't as fast as Zichen's, every step was firm. Damn it! How did this happen? Looking at Zichen, who was more than 10 meters away, and then at the relaxed demonic ape, the perfect body clenched his fists and constantly waved them forward. A perfect body could suppress a spirit body. The most powerful aspect of a perfect body was his perfect physique, which was also his physical strength. As for the essence energy in his body, it was really ordinary. This was his weakness, but he usually didn't care because strength was enough. However, in this hall, his physical strength was sealed. The suppressed essence energy felt like it was being roasted by fire. The intense pain made him unable to stand up. Of course, this didn't mean that the perfect body's willpower was too weak, but that the essence energy in his body was too weak. He couldn't withstand the roasting of the flames. Zhang Haotian stood outside and didn't enter. He saw Zichen push open the door, and then see the things in the hall from afar. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, it turned somewhat ugly. Looking at the spirit-devouring rat, and Su Mingyao beside him, their expressions were unnatural. Even though Zichen was first, their expressions were extremely unnatural. This was because Princess was the last. From her expression, she had no intention of fighting for it. However, did she really ignore the things in the hall? The answer was definitely not. The real reason was that she wanted to take a shortcut. This was also the reason why the spirit-devouring rat had deliberately put on an act. As for Zichen, although he didn't understand why, he didn't have the time to ask back then. He could only cooperate with the act. As for later on, he didn't ask because he trusted her. This woman is really detestable, the spirit-devouring rat said fiercely. Zhang Haotian sighed and said, But so what? Back then, compared to Zichen's life, everything was fleeting. Zichen didn't know about the deal. In this situation, as insiders, they could enter the next level and wait for the demons to talk to Zichen. Unfortunately, although the people present weren't good people, they all valued their promises. In the entire Boundless sect, there was only one person who didn't care about promises. That was Monk Good and Evil. To him, as long as there were benefits, he would be shameless. Unfortunately, the monk wasn't here. The ape dragon and the dragon man also entered the hall one after another. Feeling the pressure, their brows furrowed slightly, but it wasn't as bad as the perfect body's performance. After adjusting their emotions slightly, they walked forward. At this moment, Zichen had already walked far away. Everyone shouldn't have been able to catch up and should have completely given up, but no one gave up. Everyone walked towards the end of the hall because Zichen's speed had clearly decreased. Screams could be heard from time to time. There were still people who were unwilling to accept this and wanted to enter, but most of them had already given up. After giving up, they didn't leave. Instead, they stood outside the castle and watched. They wanted to see who would obtain the things in the castle. As he moved forward, the burning sensation of the flames became more and more intense. Waves of indescribable pain emerged. Zichen's forehead was already covered in sweat. Zichen didn't know what the flames were, but he felt that they were extraordinary. This was because the elemental energy in his body, which was said to be perfect and suppressed to the limit without any impurities, was being compressed again at this moment. In addition to the compression, there were also traces of impurities in the perfect elemental energy. The perfect elemental energy was being roasted out of impurities. What kind of situation was this? This was a situation that no one could imagine. Drops of sweat appeared on his forehead and slid down his cheeks. Zichen's gaze was still incomparably resolute. He had already guessed and confirmed the use of this hall, so he had to obtain that token. Because this hall was not only useful to him, but also to the entire Boundless sect. At the same time, the other existences who had entered the hall also sensed the extraordinariness of the hall and guessed its use. Naturally, they couldn't give up. As they sped up with all their might, they also secretly prayed that Zichen wouldn't be able to hold on and wouldn't be able to go up. But as they prayed, they did not think that if even Zichen could not cross and reach the end, then who else could reach the end? Even more people entered the hall, but not everyone could keep moving forward. A few people walked for about 10 steps before they couldn't hold on, and directly sat down cross-legged on the ground, no longer moving forward. Even the perfect body from before crawled for 5 steps before sitting down cross-legged and controlling his elemental energy to resist the flames, no longer moving forward. Those who advanced continued to move forward, while those who couldn't move forward stopped and began to resist the flames, increasing the purity of their elemental energy. Like a flower stroll, the princess finally walked through the long corridor and arrived outside the hall. When she saw the people sitting cross-legged in the hall, a trace of joy appeared on her face. At this moment, Zichen was almost at the stone table. Wherever Zichen passed, large puddles of sweat would be left on the ground. His entire body had long since been drenched in sweat. It could be said that for the token, Zichen was going all out. However, Zichen would never have thought that there was already someone waiting outside, demanding for his harvest with righteous indignation. The princess stood outside the hall and didn't enter. The middle-aged demon walked in and sensed something. His expression changed dramatically. He wanted to send a message, but found that his spiritual consciousness was suppressed. As such, he retreated and explained the situation in the hall. Oh! The princess's eyes began to shine. Looking at the people sitting cross-legged, she guessed the use of this hall. It seems that this is a place specially for cultivating elemental energy. Our luck is really good. Once we get this hall, the demonic energy in our bodies will be much purer. At the same level, we can already suppress humans. With this hall, humans won't be able to do anything. The middle-aged demon hesitated. Then, Your Highness, this thing is so precious. Is Zichen really willing to give it to us? The princess's expression changed. In the end, she said, he has to give it. Even if he pesters me, we have to get it. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the hall. It was Zichen, but he couldn't hold it in any longer because of the flames. At this moment, Zichen was only 5 steps away from the token, but these 5 steps were so close that they seemed to be worlds apart. Sweat dripped down like water droplets, soaking Zichen's body. Just 5 more steps. He panted, looking at the token in front of him, trying to adjust his breathing. Then, he took another step. At this moment, everyone seemed to have reached their limit. Even if they were unwilling, they could only give up. Because if they took another step, the flames would completely ignite the primal core in Abdomen's body. They watched Zichen, watching as Zichen approached the stone table with great determination. Zichen now needed a long time to adjust and prepare for every step he took, but he still moved forward. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. Finally, there were only 2 steps left. This time, Sichin rested for a long time before standing up. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Sichin took another step. With one step, Sichin's legs went soft, and he almost fell. Chapter 1107. Sichin was still one step away from the stone table and 2 steps away from the stone token. However, as long as he took this step, he would be able to reach out and grab the token. He stood in the center of the stone table and ignored the 6 extraordinary weapons on both sides. Since he had guessed the use of the token, he would naturally take it first. In fact, Sichin's worries were completely unnecessary. Regardless of whether it was the devil ape or the others, they would not be able to reach this point in a short amount of time. In this world, only those with perfect elemental energy could reach this point in one try. Although this was the last step, it was also the most difficult step. Within Sichin's abdomen, layers of flames had already appeared on the surface of his elemental core. This was a sign that his entire elemental core was about to be ignited. If Sichin meditated here for 8 to 10 days, 3 months, or 2 months, he would naturally be confident that he would be able to take this step easily. However, although he had a few hours now, he did not have the time for 8 to 10 days. Under the pressure of the flames and the large hall, Sichin could not use the elemental energy in his body. As for techniques, he could not use them at all. Right now, he was just like an ordinary person. Sichin did not move, but no one urged him. This was because everyone knew how dangerous this last step was. The devil ape's face was full of worry. He advised, "If you really can't do it, then forget it. Rest for a while more. I don't want to see your entire body catch fire the moment you take a step." This sounded like a joke, but it was also the truth. The reason they did not continue forward was because they had sensed their own limits, and were afraid that their bodies would catch fire the next moment. However, Sichin had already reached his limit previously. Right now, he was already putting his life on the line. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Sichin said. His voice was rough and hoarse. Under everyone's attention, Sichin slowly stood up and took a step forward. As he lifted his foot, his elemental core was ignited. As soon as his foot landed, flames started to burn on his body. Upon seeing Sichin's body on fire, everyone exclaimed. This was because this time, Sichin was being ignited and not enveloped by the flames of life. However, it was precisely because of his experience of being burned by fire that Sichin remained calm even though his body was on fire. He was so calm that it was as if the one burning was someone else. As a result, he took a step forward, and a second step naturally followed. It was simple and natural. At the same time, he leaned over and reached out to touch the black command medallion. Then, he exerted force and grabbed it. At this moment, the origin energy in his body was utterly unable to be mobilized, and the command token was unable to recognize him as its owner after he grabbed it, so he was naturally unable to break free of the pressure here. However, Sichin acted as if he hadn't considered this problem at all. His expression was as calm as ever, and he didn't even frown in the face of the flames. The instant he gripped the command medallion, a surge of origin power rushed out from his body and landed on the medallion, which then recognized it as its owner. The process of master recognition was very simple, so simple that it only took an instant. After master recognition, the pressure on his body dissipated, and so did the flames that ignited his body. In the entire hall, the pressure on everyone was relieved. They knew that Sichin had succeeded. The hall had recognized him as its master, and their expressions became extremely complicated. The demonic ape transformed into a streak of black light, then swept up the 6 black weapons on the stone table as quickly as it could. Everyone sighed, but they had already discussed this beforehand, so they couldn't criticize the demonic ape at this moment. Sichin gripped the command medallion tightly and sat down cross-legged. It had to be said that the moment he took that step forward and grasped the command medallion, his body had already been burned by the flames. The demonic ape wielded the black staff and stood guard beside Sichin. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt a cold breeze pass by. Zhang Haotian had already appeared beside Zichen. Zichen was injured, and with the demonic ape and Zhang Haotian present, no one dared to fight over the command medallion, not to mention LV Peng and the others. However, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Because of this hall, the boundless sect would probably be able to cultivate even more experts with pure origin power. Your Highness, Zichen succeeded. When he saw that all of the restrictions had disappeared, a trace of excitement appeared in the middle-aged demon's eyes. The princess nodded, her voice trembling. Now, all they could do was wait. Zichen's injuries weren't light, but in a situation where there was no pressure, Zichen's recovery ability naturally increased, and his injuries rapidly healed. During this time, the others glanced around the hall and discovered that it was extremely empty. Apart from the pillars, there was nothing else. Of course, there were also 2 black stone shelves and a stone table, but no one was shameless enough to say that they wanted to take those things away. They gazed curiously at the hall, then began to quietly discuss the hall's effects. A moment later, Zichen opened his eyes. His injuries had completely healed. When he saw the people around him, he nodded and stood up. When they saw that Zichen had stood up, everyone came forward to inquire about his well-being and whether or not he was injured. When he saw the desire in their eyes, Zichen knew that they weren't concerned about his injuries. He smiled and replied that he was fine. Then, he took out the command medallion and sensed it again. Sect Master Zichen, this command medallion controls this hall. What are its effects? One of them asked. Zichen learned about the command medallion's effects in the shortest time possible. At the same time, he also learned about the hall's function. With the injection of a strand of elemental energy, the command medallion began to glow. Then, the entire hall began to rumble. In the empty hall, there seemed to be a mechanism on the ground as cracks appeared. Then, black stone walls appeared from the cracks, blocking everyone's path. The rumbling continued as stone walls appeared in all directions of the hall. From there, the entire hall was divided into small spaces. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. In their hearts, they were even more certain of the hall's main effect. Following the disappearance of the rumbling sound, the previously spacious hall now seemed extremely small. Through Zichen's perception, there were now 99 additional rooms in the hall. The 99 rooms divided the pressure in the hall into 10 major levels and 99 minor levels. It could be said that the pressure in each room was different, but the difference was not very big. However, from the 1st to the 10th room, the difference in pressure was almost double. This was something that Zichen had risked his life to obtain, so it naturally belonged to him. He could enjoy everyone's jealous gazes and compliments without any guilt. Zichen was very satisfied with this palace, extremely satisfied. With this palace, his perfect Yuanli would be able to go one step further. Correspondingly, the Yuanli of the Devil Ape and the others would also be able to go one step further. It can even be divided. It's not a problem for 10 people to stay in each room. This is indeed a good thing. Congratulations, Pavilion Master Zichen. You've obtained another great treasure. Everyone congratulated him. Zichen was in a good mood and nodded in response. Besides Zichen, Zhang Haotian and the others couldn't feel happy because this palace was too precious. It was precious to the point that it could allow a power to rise up. Not only was it useful to individuals, it was even more useful to a power. They glanced at the princess, who had yet to enter. Her expression was calm, but she had been paying attention to Zichen the entire time. They naturally knew what she was thinking. Everyone, are you going to the 2nd floor, or are you going to cultivate here? When he saw that everyone was unwilling to leave, Zichen chuckled. There are still opportunities on the 2nd floor. If you're late, you'll miss them. As for here, once we return to the boundless sect, you can go into seclusion at any time. When everyone heard this, they smiled and nodded, indicating that they would talk about it when they returned. Afterwards, the group of people headed outside. But just as they reached the door, they were blocked by 2 people. It was the princess and the middle-aged demon. The princess blocked Zichen and stretched out her hand. Give it to me. Give what? Zichen looked at her, confused. The hall's medallion. The princess pointed at the hall. Zichen stared at the princess intently for a full 3 seconds. During this time, his expression slowly changed. Even though Zichen did not say anything, his expression said it all. She was either calling him an idiot, a madman, or an idiot who had forgotten to take his medicine. But no matter what her expression was, Zichen did not curse her. Instead, he said seriously, "I'm not giving it to you. It's mine." Indeed, this was Zichen's. He had risked his life for it. At this moment, it wasn't just Zichen who thought this. Everyone else thought the same. In fact, they all believed that the princess was being unreasonable. But what they did not understand was that even though the demons had the advantage in numbers, in front of Zichen, they were not unreasonable bargaining chips. The princess didn't care about the expressions of the surrounding people. Instead, she looked at Zichen and faintly smiled. Then, she said in an extremely serious tone, "I know that in your heart you definitely think that I am being unreasonable, or that I am an idiot or a madman. However, what I want to tell you is that this thing is indeed mine." Zichen stared at her, his expression growing more and more strange. He wondered if she had really forgotten to take her medicine. But why hadn't this guy reminded her? Indeed, a moment later, the demon sovereign next to her spoke, but not to remind the princess to take her medicine. Instead, he looked at Zichen and said, "Sect Master Zichen, this thing really is ours. If you don't believe me, you can ask your friends." Zichen turned to look at the demon ape. The middle-aged demon said, "Oh, I didn't say it clearly, so your friends might not know. But you can ask this brother here. It should be Zhang Haotian, Brother Haotian, right?" Zhang Haotian wanted to curse. "What Brother Haotian? You want to steal my things, but you call me Brother Haotian? What's going on here?" Zichen asked Zhang Haotian in confusion. Zhang Haotian raised his head and found that everyone was looking at him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After all, there were many factions that were helping Zichen. If he made a promise to each of them, then the boundless sect would have nothing to do with it. But everyone was looking at him. Under these circumstances, he had to say something. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I promised her that I would help her once." Zichen looked at Zhang Haotian with a strange expression. He glanced at the princess, then at Zhang Haotian. After knowing Zhang Haotian for so many years, he believed that he understood Zhang Haotian very well. He knew that Zhang Haotian was not this kind of person, but under these circumstances, he naturally couldn't get to the bottom of it, even though his heart was already burning with curiosity. As such, he asked, "Are you serious?" Zhang Haotian took a deep breath and said, "Of course, this is a promise." Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he patted Zhang Haotian's shoulder and took out the black token without hesitation. Chapter 1108. The medallion was in his hand. He had obtained it just like that. Holding the medallion, the middle-aged demon felt like he was dreaming, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was a black medallion, a medallion that controlled the entire hall and castle, and one that Zichen had risked his life to obtain. From everyone's expressions just now, one could see how precious this hall was. Even Zichen valued it greatly. And just now, when Her Highness had asked for it, Zichen had directly refused, as if calling Her Highness an idiot. But with just one sentence from Zhang Haotian, Zichen had given it to her. The middle-aged demon felt his mind in a mess. Wasn't Zhang Haotian Zichen's subordinate? Why would Zichen give away such a precious item with just one sentence from his subordinate? He didn't understand, so he naturally didn't understand. But the medallion was in his hand. Even if the other side was playing tricks, it was already too late. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the medallion, then carefully handed it to the princess. Compared to Zichen's magnanimity, this Earth Origin Realm middle-aged demon was much more stingy. But no one laughed at him, because if they were in his shoes, they might not have done any better. These people also didn't dare to believe it. They didn't understand why Zichen would give such a precious item to the demon princess just because of one sentence from Zhang Haotian. Didn't Zichen know that giving this item to the demon race would strengthen the demon race? Didn't Zichen know that giving this item to the demon race would strengthen the demon race and kill many humans in the future? Zichen really didn't know, because he didn't even think about it, so he naturally didn't care. They stared blankly at Zichen, and the expression on their faces became very strange. The princess took the medallion. Although her calm expression didn't change, her heart was already in turmoil. She naturally knew how precious the medallion was, and at the same time, she was prepared to use any means to obtain it. Jesting, threatening with promises, threatening with the demon race, and when necessary, she could even make some sacrifices. Of course, these sacrifices were limited to the demon race giving up some benefits, such as brilliant demon crystals. Even though she was standing there without moving, she had already thought of many things and made several preparations. It could be said that she was using all of her strength. However, the feeling of her full strength hitting the air in the next moment made her feel uncomfortable, but at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zichen was the strongest person here. It was indeed extraordinary to be able to snatch a piece of fatty meat from him. Let's go. Handing over the token, Zichen signaled Su Mengyao and the others to leave, wanting to give Zhang Haotian some time. However, as soon as they left, Zhang Haotian followed them. A hint of doubt appeared in Zichen's eyes, but he did not ask any questions. Zichen and the others left and entered the second level. In the blink of an eye, the master of the hall had changed from Zichen to a demon. There was no point for the others to stay, so they all left. Only the princess and the middle-aged demon were left in the hall. The middle-aged demon said excitedly, "Congratulations, Your Highness, for obtaining a great treasure." The princess nodded. For some reason, she, who should have been excited and happy, could not feel happy at this moment. Looking at the situation just now, Zichen obviously did not know why he had given the token, but Zhang Haotian had given it to him. What was this? Trust? Was it really trust? However, Zhang Haotian was just a subordinate. Why should she trust a subordinate? The princess could not understand. She did not even trust her siblings, so why should she trust a subordinate? Not to mention her brothers and sisters, even if her father was here and suddenly asked her for this token, she would probably hesitate. Subordinate? If Zichen heard this, he would probably laugh. If Zhang Haotian and the others heard this, they would probably laugh as well. Since she could not understand, she stopped thinking about it. Many demons were still waiting outside. Just now, the demons had already surrounded this place. She used her spiritual sense to activate the token, and the hall shrunk until it was put away. The second level was not much different from the first level. There were many heavenly beasts here, so it was easier for Zichen and the others to kill them. And without the large factions here, there were far fewer people trying to steal from them. As they walked, Zichen's desire for gossip continued to burn. When they reached the second level, he could not help but ask, "When did the two of you begin?" Zhang Haotian glanced at Zichen suspiciously. "That shouldn't be the case. This is the first time you've met, and you haven't had much time to interact before," Zichen muttered. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be love at first sight? It turned out that Zichen had thought that the two of them were having an affair. So that was why Zichen had taken the initiative to hand over the token. When Zhang Haotian heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. However, Zichen had obviously misunderstood. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not stupid. Even if it was love at first sight, I could have just given you something else. Why would I give you that ancient castle? That thing is as important to the boundless sect as the heavenly scripture. I know what's right and wrong." "Then why?" Zichen did not understand. "Because of you." Zhang Haotian stared at Zichen. The others did not say anything. "Me?" Zichen quickly realized what was going on. "Because you wanted to save me, you made a deal with me." Zhang Haotian nodded and then explained their deal. At the time, the situation was urgent, and Zichen's life was in danger. Zhang Haotian had no time to think about it. When Zichen heard this, he said, "As expected of the princess. She's quite intelligent and knows how to raise the price. If you run into her in the future, you need to be careful. You're not angry? Zhang Haotian asked. Zichen chuckled. What's the point of being angry? Am I supposed to steal it back? But it's a pity that the ancient castle is gone. If I had known earlier, I would have taken those weapons first. That way, I wouldn't have come out empty-handed. Zichen sighed. The weapons are with me, the demonic ape suddenly said. Zichen turned around and glanced at the demonic ape. After the token recognized me as its master and the pressure disappeared, I immediately took those weapons. I was so angry that I forgot about it. As he spoke, the demonic ape took out the 6 black weapons from before and stabbed them into the ground in front of him. Zichen looked at the sky piercer and felt extremely satisfied. He then grabbed it in his hand. The weight of the sky piercer was out of Zichen's expectations. As Zichen picked up the sky piercer, he felt an indescribable power coming from the sky piercer. This power entered his body and went straight to abdomen. Then, it began to suppress abdomen's elemental energy. Just as Zichen picked up the sky piercer, the demonic ape also picked up the black staff. His expression changed when he felt the strange power in it. Immediately after, Zhang Haotian picked up the black sword and felt a strange feeling coming from it. The 3 of them looked at each other, and their expressions became extremely strange. After a while, Zichen said, Not bad, it's very convenient. The demonic ape said, It's very convenient. It's good for elemental energy if you keep holding it. Zhang Haotian asked. You can keep holding it? Zichen said generously. Of course, let's split it. Zichen took the sky piercer, Zhang Haotian took the sword, and the demonic ape took the staff. 3 out of the 6 items were gone, leaving only the saber, axe, and hammer. However, there was no one to choose from these 3 items. LV Ping was an array player, and Su Mengyao wouldn't choose this. Longhu didn't know how to use it at all, so these 3 items were empty. Me too. I'm better at using axes and hammers. I also know more than 10 powerful saber techniques. A voice sounded from afar as a golden beam flew over. Seeing the golden beam fly over, Zichen and the demonic ape looked at each other and attacked tacitly. He took the saber and the demonic ape took the hammer, leaving only the black axe. Aren't you being too unloyal? You can't use it, so why don't you give it to me? The perfect body appeared and took the axe without standing on ceremony. When the axe entered his hand, it was extremely heavy. Then, it suppressed his essence energy, causing his expression to change. Then, he seemed to recall something as he nodded and sighed in admiration. Yes, as expected of an ancient armament. It's indeed good stuff. It's not a soul-spirit armament, but it's better than a soul-spirit armament. The perfect body waved his wrist in satisfaction as the axe sliced through the air, emitting a whistling sound. Previously, he had only thought that this item could suppress and strengthen his essence energy, but he had forgotten to sense if it was a soul-spirit armament. Now, after sensing that there was no soul in it, Zichen asked, Ancient armament. You're saying that this is an ancient armament? Many years ago, Zichen had come into contact with ancient armaments, and knew of their existence. However, the ancient armaments he had come into contact with back then were worlds apart from the one in his hand. It's much stronger than a mortal-level armament, and also stronger than a soul-spirit armament. However, there's no soul in it. For such a situation to happen in this world, it can only be an ancient armament. The perfect body said confidently. Ancient armament literally meant a weapon refined by the ancient race. However, this ancient race didn't refer to the current ancient race, but the original ancient race. It was the ancient race ruled by the 4 royal races. Although the current ancient race wasn't weak, many of their skills had been lost. To be able to discover an ancient armament here, the perfect body was still very excited. In the team, the spirit-devouring rats had long left to search for a relatively mysterious place in this area alone. As for Zichen and company, they began their boring monster hunting mode. When they saw heavenly beasts, they would step forward to kill them, dig out their inner cores, and leave. This meaningless cycle continued because they were waiting waiting for the spirit-devouring rats to discover something again. No one would be willing to lose the ancient castle they had obtained. Although Zichen had given it away in a carefree manner and didn't care about it, losing it still pained him. Apart from Zichen and company, the other factions were also searching for strange places in this area. Some people even stopped killing heavenly beasts and specially searched for the so-called fake passageway. This was because after finding the passageway and taking 99 steps corresponding to the passageway, an impressive ancient castle hall would appear. Along the way, Zichen and company kept holding black weapons in their hands. These weapons had a suppressive effect on essence energy. Although the effect wasn't as good as the hall, the most important thing was that they could always be held in their hands. Furthermore, the black weapons were very heavy and extremely extraordinary. They could be used as weapons. It's been 5 days, but the spirit-devouring rats still haven't sent out a signal. Don't tell me there's no hall on this level. After 5 days of no news, everyone appeared somewhat anxious. Although they had already obtained quite a number of heavenly beast inner cores, no matter how valuable these things were, they weren't even a tenth of the hall. Therefore, everyone was still thinking of the hall with extraordinary effects. This world is so big. It's impossible to finish exploring it in 5 days. Let's wait, said Zichen. After the perfect body took the black axe, he didn't stay any longer and left. Only Zichen and company waited. 5 days passed, but the spirit-devouring rats found nothing. Apart from that, the other factions didn't discover anything either. Thousands of people scattered, but they didn't discover anything. They didn't even find an exit. This couldn't be a sealed world. There had to be an exit, but no one could find it. During this period, LV Ping tried to break through and build a teleportation array, but it was useless. On the 20th day of their arrival in this world, just as everyone was about to despair, Zichen finally received a voice transmission from the spirit-devouring rats. Chapter 1109. The voice transmission of the spirit-devouring rat came a little slowly, but after hearing it, Zichen and the others moved towards the place pointed by the spirit-devouring rat as fast as they could. As Zichen and the others moved forward, there would always be cultivators around them. These people were in charge of monitoring Zichen, and when they saw Zichen move, they would follow suit. At the same time, they would send out signals to their companions. For a time, all the surviving cultivators in this world flew towards the place pointed by the spirit-devouring rat. When Zichen and the others arrived, there were already many people gathered here. These people were the ones who had been following the spirit-devouring rat. These days, the spirit-devouring rat had been moving forward to search, and they had also followed the spirit-devouring rat. At this moment, when they saw the spirit-devouring rat stop and received the news that everyone was rushing over, they naturally concluded that there was something strange about this place. Thus, they spread out in all directions and launched attacks at a certain spot in the void, wanting to find that strange place. Zichen and the others arrived just in time to see this scene. The spirit-devouring rat looked at the people who were attacking randomly and mocked disdainfully. What a bunch of idiots! Do you think a miracle will appear with just a few gestures? How is it? Zichen asked. He did not care whether these people were idiots or not. What he cared about was the main hall. The spirit-devouring rat said, "It's the same as before. If we can get it, the harvest will definitely not be smaller than before." The spirit-devouring rat did not use a voice transmission and directly spoke. The cultivators who were paying attention to this side in the distance all heard it, and immediately became excited. Glancing at the crowd that was trying to approach with disdain, the spirit-devouring rat led Zichen and the others towards the east. They flew for a full 10 miles before stopping. Seeing the place where the spirit-devouring rat stopped, Zichen and the others felt funny. As for the others, their expressions were very ugly. When they passed by here, they did not notice anything unusual at all. The spirit-devouring rat did not stop here. They did not expect that the place was here, and the spirit-devouring rat flew for a full 10 miles in order to guard against them. The next step was to accurately search. After finding the location, the spirit-devouring rat pointed again. Because it had experienced this time, it was not sent flying. In a flash of light, an ancient castle shrouded in restrictions appeared. On the side of the ancient castle, there was a staircase leading to the upper level. There's still one more level. Upon seeing the staircase, the eyes of many lit up. As for the ancient castle, they chose to ignore it. There's also an ancient castle. However, the majority of the people's gazes were on the ancient castle. The first floor of the ancient castle had already brought endless surprises. What about this floor? Looking at the ancient castle in front of him, Zichen's expression was also rather excited. He then said, "Break the formation with all your might." Under everyone's concerted efforts, the restriction shattered, and the ancient castle appeared in front of everyone. The entire castle gave off a heavy feeling. With the previous experience, Zichen no longer hesitated and was the first to push open the door. Compared to the first castle gate, this gate was much heavier. Zichen had to expend a lot of effort to push it open. As the gate opened, a thick and ancient aura rushed out. Because of the previous experience, when the gate opened this time, no one dared to enter. However, the entrance of the ancient castle was completely blocked by some powerful existences. Only Zhang Haotian, the devil ape, and Zichen had space to stand. As for the others, they were all pushed outside. They blocked the entrance but did not go forward. They were waiting for Zichen to create a clone to investigate. Zichen did not disappoint. With a flash of light, a golden clone appeared and walked into the castle. Just like before, as soon as it entered the castle, the light around the golden clone suddenly dimmed. At the same time, the clone's body swayed, as if it had lost its balance and almost fell. After taking a step, the clone stopped moving. After a long time, it took another step. No one knew what had happened, so they could only look at Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen was solemnly looking ahead. At the same time, he was calmly sensing everything that the clone had sensed. He had no time to pay attention to them. There was nothing unusual in front of them, but the clone was walking very slowly. Just as everyone was getting impatient and wanted to take a step forward, they heard a pung sound in front of them. It was the clone that had exploded. What happened? Why did it explode for no reason? Everyone looked at Zichen in puzzlement. How is it? Besides Zichen, the perfect body asked. Zichen glanced at the perfect body and said, "Feel it yourself." The perfect body glared. "You." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zichen flash into the castle. Zichen entered and sent a voice transmission. "Come in too. Be careful of the perfect body. He's a threat to us this time. At the critical moment, we need to stop him." The devil ape and Zhang Haotian were taken aback when they heard the voice transmission. Following that, they rushed into the castle without any hesitation. No matter how fast everyone rushed in, they could only take one step in before stopping. Therefore, as the castle door was occupied, the others were blocked. They couldn't enter even if they wanted to. As soon as Zichen stepped into the castle, a voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. "Attack or defend?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zichen frowned slightly and said, "It's you again." The youth appeared in front of him and laughed out loud. "Of course it's me, Zichen. We meet again." "I just asked?" "You didn't appear in their challenge." "Are you here to find me?" Zichen asked. "I'm not here to find you. I'm here to see you." The youth corrected him. "Look at me." "That's right." "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm not doing anything. I'm just looking." Zichen immediately had goosebumps. He wanted to end this meaningless conversation as soon as possible, so he asked again. "You're the keeper again." "You can say that. However, you have a choice this time. Attack or defend. Which do you choose?" When his clone entered just now, he didn't encounter this multiple-choice question. Therefore, Zichen was very puzzled and asked, "How do I attack or defend?" Attack means to keep fighting your way in. Defend means to let others fight your way in. The youth explained. "Then I'll attack. I'm not good at defense." After Zichen made his choice, the youth regretfully disappeared. If it was an attack, he could naturally make a move. However, if it was a defense, he couldn't just stand there and let Zichen attack. A mysterious force fell on Zichen from the void. Immediately after, Zichen felt his elemental energy disappear. Only his physical strength was left in his body. After that, a wall appeared in front of Zichen. Without any prompting, Zichen knew what to do. He clenched his fist and punched out. His physical strength was displayed. Bang! With a loud bang, the wall in front of him was shattered by Zichen's great force. The rebound force was easily neutralized by Zichen. In reality, Zichen took the first step. Almost as soon as he took a step, the perfect body beside him also took a step. However, the two of them were in the midst of the test, so they didn't notice each other. After taking a step, Zichen took another step forward. Following that, he walked forward as though he was walking normally. His speed wasn't considered slow, but it was definitely not the fastest. The perfect body was almost at the same pace as him. Next was the demon ape, the dragon man, the ape unicorn, and monk Ming Xian. Finally, it was Zhang Haotian and company. These people had all made a multiple-choice question. Furthermore, all of them chose to attack. Only by attacking would one have the initiative, so their speed was relatively fast. As for those who weren't given a choice, they could only choose to defend. This made their advancement speed much slower. Zichen punched out as the stone wall in front of him constantly shattered. As he advanced, the stone wall's toughness increased, but it couldn't stop Zichen. When his avatar vanished, he had already understood some things. Therefore, he got the demon ape and Zhang Haotian to pay attention to the perfect body. This was because only the perfect body had a physique comparable to Zichen's. Zichen followed the perfect body forward without slowing down. The demon ape and company followed behind and advanced step by step. Compared to them, the others walked much slower. Sigh, there's no chance again. From the looks of it, Zichen obtained it again. That might not be the case. That's an ancient race perfect body. Its speed isn't slower than Zichen's. Zichen has met his match. Many people gave up again and entered the third level. More people stayed outside to watch the outcome. Among them, Demonis and the middle-aged fiend were also present. The two of them didn't enter. Your Highness, if we really don't enter, there might be a chance, the middle-aged fiend said. Ignoring the fact that the chances of success aren't high, even if there's a chance, we won't enter, Princess said indifferently. They had already gained something, so it was naturally impossible for them to obtain another one. This was because no one would be willing to do so. The middle-aged fiend naturally understood this logic, but he only asked again to verify it. And the result of his verification was that even though there were the most fiends present, Princess still didn't want to offend Zichen. Even if an ancient castle was placed in front of her, Princess wasn't willing to fight for it. Every time a stone wall was broken, another stone wall would appear. The area in front of Zichen was always dark. Finally, after breaking through countless stone walls, Zichen saw light. The moment he saw the light, he had already completed the test and arrived at the front of the hall, at the bottom of the stairs. Just as Zichen was about to take a step, he felt someone beside him. As he turned his head, he saw the perfect body. At that moment, the perfect body was standing beside him. When it saw Zichen look over, it smiled at Zichen with a malicious expression. Let's rely on our own abilities. The smart perfect body had already guessed what test there would be in the hall. Its face was filled with smugness. Zichen ignored it and looked behind him. The first thing he saw was Demon Ape. It wasn't far from the end. Zichen didn't respond. The perfect body walked forward smugly, full of ambition. Zichen, I'm afraid you won't have a chance this time. He took a few steps up the stairs and walked to the front of the hall before pushing the door open. Suddenly, he felt a force coming from behind him. It was his clothes being grabbed from behind. He turned his head and saw Zichen calmly looking at him, as well as Zichen who was grabbing his collar. The perfect body asked smugly, "Why? Do you want to fight?" "That's what I was thinking." Zichen grabbed the perfect body's clothes and refused to let go. I'm not free. Go play somewhere else. The perfect body waved his hand, but his clothes were still grabbed. Shameless. Chapter 11:10. The fist wind howled as it charged straight at Zichen's face with powerful force. The perfect body didn't show any mercy in this strike. He used all his strength. In a battle with Zichen, showing mercy was equivalent to asking for trouble. It was purely asking for abuse. Zichen's body flashed with golden light as he released a powerful force and similarly punched out. The two fists moved forward in a straight line, emitting a whistling sound as they were about to collide head-on. One was called a perfect body, while the other had a perfect body. The head-on clash between the two would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, when the fists collided in front of the naked eye, there was no sound. There wasn't even an energy fluctuation. The fist beam dissipated upon contact. It was silent. Immediately after, another fist beam appeared and charged towards the other party at an extremely fast speed. The whistling sound rang out again, but there was no sound of collision. Both of their bodies emitted resplendent golden light as though two golden men were constantly colliding. The two of them constantly struck out with their palms, fists, fingers, knees, elbows. Every part of their bodies that could erupt with powerful strength was their weapon. However, such a collision should have caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. It had the aura of thousands of thunderclaps, but it didn't. The collision between the two of them was silent. Furthermore, the two of them's attack movements were almost identical. It looked like a person was demonstrating in front of a mirror. That's right, it was a mirror. This was because the two's attacks seemed to touch, but in fact, there was still some distance between them. Some people saw through the trick. The two of them didn't really clash, but it didn't mean that the two of them were putting on a show or acting. On the contrary, the two of them were attacking with all their might. The reason why they didn't collide was because the two of them felt that such attacks were ineffective and couldn't deal a fatal blow to each other. They were waiting for an opportunity to severely injure each other in one strike. If anyone's reaction was half a beat slower, they would definitely suffer a devastating blow. Seeing the true situation of the battle in front of them, everyone couldn't help but be in an uproar. Weren't the two of them good friends? Why were they fighting with all their might at this moment? Zichen's original magnanimity was still in everyone's minds. At this moment, they couldn't understand why he was fighting to the death with his friend because of an external object. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged hundreds and thousands of blows. An ear-piercing whistle sounded in the air, but none of their attacks landed on each other. Then, the demonic ape took a step forward and walked up the stone steps. It was completely awake. From everyone's point of view, the demonic ape's appearance would definitely stop the two of them. After all, they were all friends and brothers. Furthermore, they were the kind that had shared lives with perfect bodies. However, to their surprise, the demonic ape appeared. When it saw the two fighting, it roared and took a step forward. As it took a step forward, a black rod appeared in its hand. It used all its strength to grip the black rod tightly, and smashed it at the perfect body's head. Outside the castle, there was an uproar again. They didn't expect the demonic ape to be serious. In the current world, who among those of the same level could withstand the combined might of Zichen and the sky-splitting battle ape? An ear-piercing screech sounded in the air as a surging force began to vibrate. A terrifying aura spread out as the black pole headed straight for the perfect body. The devil ape's indomitable stick shadow represented a kind of attitude, an attitude that it was determined to win. You guys are serious. The perfect body let out a strange cry as its face was filled with anger. It had no choice but to retreat. As for why it didn't take the opportunity to retreat into the hall, it was because Zichen didn't give it a chance. The perfect body retreated several steps as Zichen took the opportunity to take 2 steps forward. Then, he turned around, pushed open the door, and entered the hall. Zichen, you are shameless! The perfect body shouted indignantly. Zichen turned his head and smiled smugly at the other party. The perfect body retreated and dodged the demonic ape's strike. However, the black rod in the demonic ape's hand suddenly trembled before sweeping at the perfect body. "Shameless! You bunch of shameless scoundrels!" The perfect body shouted as it brandished its fists and threw them at the stick's shadow. A fist against a stick's shadow. Even a perfect body has to retreat. The demonic ape smiled indifferently as the stick's shadow smashed down. Boom! The two sides collided, and a delayed boom spread out. The ancient castle began to tremble as a destructive force surged out. The demonic ape held the black rod in its hand as its body swayed slightly. After looking at the perfect body again, it took a few steps back and distanced itself from the door. The two strikes were equivalent to one strike. After repelling the perfect body, the demonic ape put away its rod and easily walked to the entrance of the hall. It smiled at the enraged perfect body before stepping in. After that, Ape Dragon and company entered one after another. Instead, the perfect body that was the first to arrive was a little slower. Shameless. Truly shameless. I never expected the mighty Zeichin of the Infinity Sect to be so shameless. The perfect body gritted his teeth as though Zeichin was in his mouth. He reluctantly stepped forward and entered the hall. After the battle ended, everyone outside was dumbfounded. In their minds, although Zeichin killed people like scything flax, his way of doing things was definitely righteous. He killed those who deserved to be killed, kept his promise, and was loyal. Back then, because of Zhang Haoyan's words, he could calmly give away an ancient castle. It was likely that he was someone who treated external objects as dung. However, the situation in front of them greatly exceeded their expectations. This was because Zeichin was fighting his brothers to the death for these external objects. This made their impression of Zeichin change drastically. Outside the castle, the princess glanced at the middle-aged demon. Her gaze seemed to say, "Look, Zeichin has gone crazy. If we snatch it again, we will definitely have an intense conflict with the Infinity Sect." The hall in front of him was the same size as the previous one. As the door opened, Zeichin stepped in. When he stepped in, a mysterious force descended. This force sealed his essence, energy, and spiritual senses. At the same time, it began to suppress his physical strength. If the first hall was said to have a great effect on essence energy, then this hall targeted his physical constitution. Zeichin had already guessed it, which was why he felt that the perfect body was a threat to him. Thankfully, he stopped the perfect body and was the first to walk in. Although he took 2 more steps than the other party, at critical moments, 1 step could determine victory. A powerful pressure began to suppress his physical strength. At the same time, Zeichin felt a burning pain in his body as though flames were burning his body. This time, Zeichin didn't even frown as he strode forward. As he walked forward, he had the time to carefully size up the hall. The hall was still very empty. There was nothing around it. The only thing that had something was right in front of him. It was almost the same as before. There was a stone table with a small stone shelf on it that supported a black token in the middle. The black token was naturally the token to control this ancient castle. In addition, on both sides of the stone table, there were 2 weapon racks. However, on one of the weapon racks, there was a layer of blackboard cover. On the cover, there were 3 items. On the other shelf, there were 3 weapons. The 3 weapons were very unique. The first one was a black saber. It was 2 meters long and 3 times as wide as an ordinary saber. It could be said to be huge. The saber's body was engraved with burning flames. When the saber was inserted into the weapon rack, the wide saber gave off a heavy feeling. The second weapon was a black axe. The head of the black axe was very large, like a half-moon millstone. It was very sharp, and the back had a long tip that resembled a long thorn. The handle of the axe was nearly 1.5 meters long. It could be said to be a black axe. One could imagine how astonishing it would be if someone brandished the axe to attack. The first 2 weapons were very large, so the third was naturally very large. It was a double hammer. The hammerhead of the double hammers was much larger than the second axe. It looked very heavy. It was obvious that these three huge items were prepared for people with strong physical strength. Compared to the three huge weapons, the three items on the stone shelf were much smaller. They were a pair of thin broken finger gloves, something that looked like a folding fan, a black ruler, and 2 rows of black iron arm rings. There were also 6 items, but compared to the ones in the first level of the ancient castle, these 6 items were much more unconventional and strange. Upon seeing the 6 items, Zichen's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't stop and walked forward step by step. However, as he advanced, he would turn his head to take a look to prevent the perfect body from catching up from behind. What followed next was a relatively slow chase and contest. In the hall, the competition was based on physical strength. All other strengths were suppressed. The only thing that could compare to Zichen was the perfect body. The perfect body gritted his teeth and endured the scorching pain from his body. He advanced again and again. Especially after seeing the 6 unique items, he was even more determined to advance. Due to Zichen's previous move, even if he couldn't obtain the black token, he had to obtain the 6 items. The perfect body walked behind, but as he constantly moved forward, he passed one cultivator after another. He surpassed the Buddhist Ming Xian and smiled smugly at him. "Monk, why aren't you reciting your scripture of mercy? Why are you here to join in the fun?" Amitabha. It was originally a joke, but to his surprise, Ming Xian stopped fighting after chanting a Buddhist proclamation. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the spot. "Monk, you sure know what's good for you." The perfect body stepped forward smugly, and quickly passed the ape dragon. He said, "Forget it. Your physical strength is just a little lacking. You're destined not to reach the end." The ape dragon glared fiercely at the perfect body and took another step forward. The smugness on the perfect body's face intensified. He would always say something when he passed one cultivator after another. Soon, he reached 3rd place. He was only 2 steps away from the demonic ape in front of him, and only 6 steps away from Zichen. The perfect body's forehead was already covered in sweat, but his expression was very relaxed. After a few steps, he was shoulder to shoulder with the demonic ape. He smiled at the demonic ape and said, "So what if you play tricks? I still caught up to you. Zichen is almost done for. His perfect body is acquired after all, unlike my natural perfect body. Haha, even if you play tricks, you can't beat me." The entire hall echoed with the perfect body's smug and infuriating voice. He walked forward confidently, preparing to surpass the demonic ape and chase after Zichen. However, once he took a step forward, he couldn't take a second step. Chapter 11:11. The demonic ape's hand that grabbed the perfect body's clothes was like a clamp. It had long been strangled and couldn't break free. The perfect body stared at the demonic ape with widened eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He had already seen Zichen's shamelessness, but he never expected the demonic ape to be so shameless. It actually wanted to use such a retarded and inferior method to stop him like Zichen. However, he tried to break free a few times and realized that he couldn't. It was obvious that the demonic ape had used all its strength. Therefore, he shouted angrily, "Demonic ape, let go!" However, the original one hand suddenly turned into 2 hands. The demonic ape's calm face gradually had a hint of mockery. He didn't say a word, but his expression was mocking the perfect body as though he was saying, "Idiot, continue being smug. Continue walking." Be it the people inside or outside the castle, they were somewhat dumbfounded when they saw this scene. All of them thought that in order to obtain the items here, Zichen was truly unscrupulous. He could think of all kinds of shameless tricks and use them. After failing to break free after a few attempts, Zichen had already taken a second step. The distance between the two of them would only increase. Whoosh! The perfect body was already furious. He couldn't be bothered to scold these shameless fellows. He swiped with one hand and a golden beam flashed. His sleeve shattered as a smug look appeared on his face again. As long as Zichen didn't reach the end, he had a chance. He was very confident in his physical strength. As his essence force was weak, he specialized in physical strength. However, his smugness vanished the next moment. This was because the fiend ape's hands quickly grabbed him like black lightning. It grabbed the perfect body tightly and said with a smile, "Continue. Let's see if you can tear all your clothes apart." Shameless. The perfect body began to glow as a resplendent golden light illuminated the surroundings. A powerful force appeared from his body before forming a force tide that surged towards the demonic ape in a bid to blast it away. However, the demonic ape grabbed him tightly and refused to let go, allowing the powerful forces to strike his body. Pun! The energy tide surged towards the demonic ape like a huge wave. After more than 10 times, the demonic ape finally couldn't hold on any longer and couldn't help but retreat. The demonic ape took a few steps back as it grabbed the corner of his clothes. Humph! Perfect Body snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and walked forward again. The devil ape had only stopped him for a short moment, but he was already 9 steps away from Zichin. Although it was difficult for him to take even 1 step forward, 9 steps was still a huge gap. "I never expected you people from the Infinity Sect to be so shameless. You are weak, but you are thinking of such crooked methods," the perfect body said with extreme dissatisfaction as it advanced. "It doesn't matter if it's crooked or evil, as long as it succeeds in the end." Zichen's indifferent voice rang out. By now, almost everyone had given up and were waiting for the outcome of the battle between the two of them. "Humph, shameless, truly shameless." The perfect body continued forward, but all he could do was grumble. He was angry, but he didn't harbor any resentment. This was because if it were him, he would have done the same. Unfortunately, none of the ancients who came this time had the strength of Demon Ape. As the pressure increased, the subsequent journey became difficult. Zichen's speed slowed down, and the gap between the two of them narrowed. Zichen's perfect body technique continued to circulate. Wave after wave of powerful energy surged out from every part of his body. It surged out from his blood and filled his entire body to resist the pressure. He then took large strides forward. When he was still 10 steps away from the stone table, the perfect body was only 5 steps away from him. However, after resting, Zichen took another step forward. The scorching heat emitted from his body made his robes drenched in sweat. The perfect body wasn't any better, but as long as he advanced, he would put immense pressure on Zichen. Let's see if you take the token or the weapon." Looking at Zichen in front of him, the perfect body chuckled. Zichen was somewhat exhausted, but he still replied, "What if I take both?" The perfect body laughed out loud. "That's exactly what I want, as long as you have the ability. However, I still have to advise you to think it through. Don't end up with nothing when the time comes." Indeed, Zichen was hesitating as he advanced. The 6 special weapons were indeed extraordinary, but they were ultimately far inferior to the ancient castle. No matter how he looked at it, he should choose to obtain the token first. And Zichen was indeed thinking so. He didn't hesitate to make up his mind. Therefore, he walked unswervingly towards the token. His goal was very clear. The perfect body laughed smugly as he walked towards the weapons in front of him. Without looking at the situation, just from the sound, those who didn't know would think that the perfect body had obtained the greatest victory. The demonic ape took a deep look at the perfect body before looking at Zhang Haotian, who wasn't far away. It also walked forward. Seeing the demonic ape begin to move again, the perfect body said disdainfully, "Demonic ape, what does this have to do with you?" The demonic ape sneered. "Can I train my body?" The perfect body nodded solemnly and said seriously, "That's right. Your body does need training because it's too weak." The demonic ape sneered again. Zichen, who was walking forward step by step, was finally about to approach the token. As the perfect body was chasing after him, he also performed exceptionally. Finally, he walked to the stone table. The perfect body was still 3 steps away from Zichen. Zichen panted heavily as he looked at the perfect body from behind and said, "You won't have a chance." The perfect body said disdainfully, "Do you think I care about a crappy token? These 6 weapons aren't bad, so I'll reluctantly accept them. By the way, don't ask for them from me in the future because I'm in a bad mood. I won't give them to you. Zichen took a deep look at the perfect body but didn't say a word. At the same time, he half squatted there and kept panting as sweat dripped down. After waiting for Zichen to take the token, the perfect body said unhappily, "Hey, can you hurry up?" Zichen waved his hand and said, "Wait, I'll catch my breath and wait for you." Shameless. If you really wanted to wait for me, you wouldn't have stopped me just now. Hurry up. Take the token and I'll take the weapons. I can't wait any longer. The perfect body urged. Zichen looked at the perfect body and said seriously, "What if I want them all?" The perfect body laughed out loud. "As long as you have the ability, you can take them all. However, this is clearly unrealistic because I'm unwilling." Zichen shook his head and sighed softly. "Thinking back to the first level, you only managed to take 5 steps despite rolling and crawling. Back then, your pathetic appearance was really amusing. However, back then, your actions were only rather funny. Now you look so detestable." Zichen could have reached out to take the token, but he didn't move. No one knew why. Zichen waited there. Logically speaking, the perfect body should have had a chance, but he didn't move. The only one still moving was the demonic ape, but it had clearly exhausted its strength and was unable to approach. "This is called detestable. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Look carefully. This is detestable. This is confidence, all right?" The perfect body said loudly. "I can still distinguish between confidence and detestable. Humph, cut the crap. Quickly take away the token." Zichen's panting gradually calmed down. Although his body felt like it was on fire, he still persisted. He took a deep breath and said, "All right then. I want the token. You have to be prepared. Don't worry. I promise I won't let you." Without waiting for the perfect body to finish its sentence, Zichen grabbed the token and immediately acknowledged it as its owner. The process only took an instant. After the acknowledgement, the pressure in the hall instantly disappeared. With the pressure gone, everyone regained their mobility. They rushed towards the 6 weapons at extreme speed. The perfect body was the closest to the 6 weapons and was the fastest. He should have been able to succeed. However, the truth was that just as the pressure disappeared, black beams of light suddenly appeared on the perfect body's body. These black beams were like chains that wrapped around the perfect body. The powerful force that had just been released in his body instantly receded like a tidal wave. As a result, just as his body leaped up, he lost all his strength and fell to the ground due to inertia. Just as the perfect body's body was about to fall, a crazy killing intent suddenly appeared in the hall. This killing intent chilled one's heart and left one trembling. A cold wind swept past everyone like a cold blade, bringing with it a hurricane that rushed towards a weapon rack. The cold wind swept through the weapon rack before sweeping away the 3 weapons on it. Following that, the cold wind transformed into a beam of light. It was Zhang Haotian. At that moment, the perfect body's body fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Zhang Haotian took away 3 weapons. As for the other 3, they were naturally taken away by Zichen, who was nearby. The change happened instantly as the 6 weapons instantly had owners. "Demonic ape, how dare you plot against me?" The perfect body broke free from the black light on its body and jumped up from the ground, glaring at demonic ape. However, everything was over. The ancient castle had recognized its owner, and the 6 weapons belonged to Zichen. It was all over. The hall was filled with an oppressive aura. This aura was released by the enraged perfect body. It left one trembling. Although it was over, he was indignant. He was originally the person with the highest chance of obtaining the ancient castle, but under Zichen's repeated schemes, he didn't even obtain an ancient weapon, much less the ancient castle. Hence, he was enraged. A powerful aura swept through the hall like a storm. Seeing that the situation was amiss, the others immediately walked out. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left in the hall. There was Zichen, demonic ape, Zhang Haotian, and the perfect body. Boom! After everyone came out, the hall door closed. It was like two small worlds inside and outside. No one knew what was happening inside. Zichen has 3 people inside. He won't kill the perfect body, right? If he really wants to attack, the perfect body will definitely die. However, Zichen has always been on good terms with the ancient race. He probably won't really kill the perfect body, right? Why not? Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. If he really kills the perfect body, Zichen will lose a powerful backer. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.